Big Dog, and welcome in Karou. Feel like we haven't chatted in a while. And welcome in Goth Boy, and congrats on claiming Primus. So, my darling travelers, another episode of Tales by Tankardlight, with a very special guest, our very own Karou. If you don't know who Karou is, go watch my raid trailer. My good friend and bratty Twitch little sister, who, if you're not following Karou, get out. And with all that being said and that, let's go live. And welcome in. Wrong scene. Pro streamer. There we go.
All the time.
There we go. Can you guys... I mean, you probably see Karou. Can you hear Karou?
Can you hear
It might
me?
be easier if she's actually talking. And if I'm turning the music just a little lower.
I just said stuff. What do you mean?
There we go. Did I kill the music? I mean, we don't need mood music.
We don't need the dragons. I'm here. We're good.
So, I actually put on the TwitchCon shirt, okay? I'm being official. I'm being nice, okay? Dressed up for this. This is by Koga standards. This is dressed up. This is me to the nines. Okay, I put on a clean t-shirt.
I mean, I leave long sleeve on because mosquitoes. They're mean.
I know. I know. If I'm randomly scratching while on camera, same reason. So, another episode, our fourth one already of Tales by Tankardlight with
Hell yeah.
wrong direction, the lovely Karou, the lovely Karou. Like I said, a good friend of the channel, my darling Twitch little sister, our favorite Twitch brat.
I do be a brat. This is true.
Feel free to introduce yourself in your own words, Karou.
I feel like you took all my words. Damn.
Look. Host perks.
I know. I'm Karou, Twitch streamer, very casual TikTok poster because I'm really bad about remembering and I'm really bad at video games. I'm better at chatting than video games, so here we are.
I mean, I kind of caught myself doing the same thing. I'm slowly leaning into the let's chat for an hour and a half before we even start the game.
I know, you used to make fun of me for it. I remember.
I made fun of a lot of people. I made fun of you. I made fun of Fish. I made fun of a lot of people. And then it's like, when you really want to chat, when you really want to rant, you need that. You need that outlet.
It's like, okay, we're going to play the game, I swear, but I need to vent about this for an hour first, and then we can go.
I mean, especially after this week, like I said, we were chatting a little bit before stream. I don't know who poured Mercury in Gatorade this week, but please stop.
It's been a rough one, guys.
Stop. I don't know. Planets having PMS or something. I don't freaking know.
Right.
So we will be chatting about dragons.
Yes.
Fantasy trope. Very popular. Why did we pick this subject? Because as I've written in Karou's description, Raiders, welcome in.
Ray!
Minion!
Yay! Hi, Minion. Just in time, too.
Give me a second because I was modding in Minion's chat. How was your stream, Minion?
Now you're lurking on yourself.
Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream, Minion? Not like I was lurking. I'm a totally pro ninja mod. Totally had your stream up. which is like, why do I have my stream up again? How were things? Welcome in, Erin. Welcome in, Minion. The dumpster fire is upon us. Small but mighty. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, I am Kogaonom. more often called Koga, or what the fuck are you doing in my chat? I'm a variety streamer originally from Romania, currently living in the unfortunately sunny city of Manchester, hence the Bond villain accent. And over here we do a lot of music, a little bit of gaming, lots of talks about history, and occasionally once a month a podcast, which is where you landed. My little podcast called Tales by Tankardlight brings together streamers and their special interests which they don't usually get to show on stream. And tonight we have a lovely guest, the lovely Karou the Chaotic, my bratty little Twitch sister and our resident dragon expert and thirst queen.
I was gonna say I'm more an expert at that than the dragons, but I do enjoy dragons.
Also, if you need to raid and fade, if you need to raid and run, if you need to grab that ass firmly, aka that after stream self-care, get your minds out of the gutter, feel free to do so. We are about to start.
Wait, I have to get my mind out of the gutter? Darn it. I was not prepared.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I can't do it either. Last time I tried to take my mind out of the gutter, I forgot where I put it. That wasn't a fun week.
Right? I don't know if my brain can function without it.
Now I have to shuffle minion off to clean bird cages and toilets. Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, minion. But I appreciate the raid nonetheless. How to get her mind out of the gutter? Not possible. Most likely. That's why I got her here.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I was kind of relying on, you know? Like, I don't need the nice people, the wholesome people. Okay, I don't do wholesome.
Yeah, it's no fun.
I mean, and I need a little dark humor, a little cheeky humor. You know, I'm the guy who puts fun in funeral.
I love that joke. That's a good one.
Is it wrong, though?
You're not wrong. It's still a good joke.
For those of you who don't know the system, 20 questions, plus any questions from chat, plus a couple of questions from the socials. Probably around 2 hours. Though, given the fact that both of us are big yappers, don't bet on that. Like I've cleared my schedule.
Go either way.
I thought you were the one who was at the bottom of the hole. Shh, don't fucking call me out on my stream. Come on, we've been through this. What the fuck? So, Karou, are we ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. I gotta stretch. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you for streaking, minion. So, and I'm cherry picking from your socials. I'm cherry picking from your bio. I'm cherry picking from the things I know from your stream and from the little bio which you kindly wrote for me. Initially, you didn't even pick the dragon. When you started streaming, your motif was ravens because the love for Yennefer hits deep, and I can attest to that very much. Timmy and myself.
That's wifey,
somebody in chat called you a chaos dragon, and it stuck. What was it like having your whole brand handed to you by a stranger? And at what point did you just stop fighting against it?
You know, it was funny when the person like first said it, I didn't like really think twice initially. Like I was like, oh, that's like kind of cool. Like, haha, like that's kind of funny. But then like it kept coming up and other people in chat were like, you know, it's not entirely wrong. And I was like, as much as I love the whole like mysterious, you know, enigma that can be the raven, I don't know that that's quite fitting to how I actually act on stream. Like I feel like the chaos definitely embodies what we do on my channel a lot more. So I was like, all right, screw it. We're just gonna we're just gonna swerve right into this, and we're gonna, you know, find some cute dragon emotes, get into the reds and the oranges, all the cool colors, and it is more or less stuck ever since.
Alongside the horns, I'm guessing, because I've never seen a horned raven, so.
Okay, the horns came long after, actually. It was like might have even been 6 months after I like switched to the whole dragony motif. I found these on Etsy for like 12-15 bucks. Clearly like 3D printed, nothing super special about them, but I was like, oh, I could just add those on my headset and be an actual dragon. Like, let's do it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Feels like Let me see, because I'm trying to just look at chat and look at like 4 different screens. I'm looking at chat at questions I've written down at things on my phone and at Discord at the same time. So if I look a little scattered, knows nothing about the horns on her headphones. Yeah, right, because Minion has horns on her headphones too when she streams, except hers are purple.
Purple would be cool. I love purple.
We had horned ravens in Secret World. I mean, that's a whole different can of worms we are not opening and we are not crying for Secret World. Have you played it, Karou?
Secret World. The name sounds really familiar, but I don't know if I've played it.
It used to be a free-to-play MMO. They ruined it. You can still play it now. It's shit.
Okay.
But the premise was it was a classless MMORPG. You had 3 factions. You could pick a faction, and you had skills. So handguns were a skill, shotguns were a skill, rifles. You had 3 magic, 3 melee, 3 magic, 3 melee, and 3 ranged combat skills. You could mix and match. You could technically max out 2 and just like make your own kind of sort of class. And the nice part was it had investigation quest lines that were genuinely hard and genuine puzzles. For example, one of the things you had to do was you had to find an exact location, and one of the tips was you needed to climb a radio tower, and if you reached the right spot, you would hear something in Morse code, and you'd have to decode that from fucking Morse code.
Oh, I'm not good at Morse code. That would be my nightmare.
Not a lot of people are. Not a lot of people are. But initially, initially you didn't have any guides. People didn't know what to do. People were exploring. And now it's a bit of a free-to-play / pay-to-win MMO kind of.
Okay, the not having a class thing's interesting. I don't know if I've really played a game where like, at least that kind of a game where you don't have like a class.
I mean, technically, any Elder Scrolls you don't kind of work towards a class, but you don't have like a class off the bat.
Okay. I guess that's a fair. I just always do the same thing in Elder Scrolls. I just do the stealth archer.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I'm
it's
more
cliche, I know.
I'm more of a battle mage. I need freaking plate armor and fireballs.
I can't do magic, man. Magic drives me nuts.
I'm a caster in most games I play, to be honest.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool.
Go as a battle mage, staff goes bonk. I mean, if you're in melee range, fuck it, boom. I remember I have an unhealthy amount of hours in Oblivion because I'm a child of Oblivion. Take that how you will.
I still need to play that one. I haven't played it yet.
Game.
Don't hate me. Don't hate me.
No, like Oblivion and Gothic are the 2 RPGs I have an unhealthy amount of time in, like in the 4 digits hours. Oblivion's the best Elder Scrolls game. Yeah.
That's like hard.
It's a mixed bag. I will say something. I can't remember who said this, but they were right. The game you got introduced to first in the Elder Scrolls saga is always going to be the best game in the series for you. So if you're a child of Morrowind, you're gonna freaking love Morrowind. If you're a child of Oblivion, like yours truly, you're gonna say Oblivion's the best. If you started off with Skyrim, you're gonna say Skyrim's the best.
Yeah, I started with Skyrim for sure.
Started with Battle Arena and it's shit. I mean, Battle Arena's what, 30 years old at this point? I mean, pushing it a little, you know?
I was gonna say, is Battle Arena the exception to the rule?
Nah, it's Battle Arena and Daggerfall are a bit of a stretch because they're 30 years old-ish.
Because Daggerfall's the second?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's Battle Arena.
Was first?
Yeah, Battle Arena, Dragonfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and whenever we get the next one. Probably
Dude,
not
we're
during our
still
lifetimes.
waiting. It's been like 15 years. We're still waiting.
I mean, we waited. I'm from the generation who waited 14 years for a Duke Nukem game that ended up being shit.
Okay. Valid argument.
I also,
just remember.
I also spent an unhealthy amount of hours in Baldur's Gate back when it was in open access, which is why people say, "Oh, why don't you do an X playthrough?" Because Act 1.
We're not going to talk about my Baldur's Gate hours. We're going to move on. We're gonna move on.
Yeah. Okay, circling back to the topic. I like that your write-up opens up very honestly, saying, I feel like a bit of a phony writing about my love of dragons. But then you described a cousin you grew up with who told you dragon facts you were far too young to understand. And you say you don't remember a single one of those facts, which is fine. But you remember her being excited. Isn't that actually how... Welcome in, Jinxie.
Sorry,
you remember her being excited. Yeah, I know. Like, you remember her being excited. Karou proceeds being excited. But isn't that actually how...
I had to give a visual demonstration of the excitement. I had to show y'all. And then Jinx was here and I'm like, perfect.
There's a cutie on my screen. Oh, look, Kuga's here too. Remember who mods your chat, madam. Next time you want to shame your hammer bearer. Remember who fixes your shit. We do not bite the hand that fixes our OBS, okay?
Words to live by. That's why I never piss off Warder. Ever. I'm like, nope, that's my guy. I can't just, nope.
Okay, let me take this from the top because I broke this question up in like 3 segments. So, you said that your cousin you grew up with told you facts about dragons that you're far too young to understand. And you say you don't remember the facts themselves, but you remember her being excited. Isn't that how actually anyone comes to love anything? Like seeing people get excited and getting excited by proxy?
I think to an extent, yeah. I definitely think there's a... I don't want to call it social pressure because I think that gives a negative connotation. I'm not trying to. But like when the people that we care about around us are like super excited about something, like we kind of want to get into that. We kind of want to get excited about that. It's like there's this trope that keeps popping up on my social media where it's, the girls time out, how the nerdy boyfriend is going off on whatever nerd topic she doesn't understand. She's like, I just like seeing him this excited about something, And I feel like we all kind of do that. Like when the people around us are just so enthusiastic and passionate about something, like my cousin is with dragons, my God. You just kind of want to get involved. You're like, I want to feel that excitement. Yeah, Jinx, it's like social excitement. Like you want to be involved. You want to get in on that good vibe.
Yeah, it's hype by proxy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Unless you're a jaded bastard like me and it never rubs off.
Okay, wait. My mind's out of the gutter. We're good. We're good.
No, just for reference, do you know how many anime fans I know? Still not the thing for me.
Oh, anime?
Yeah, still not the thing for me.
I've only ever watched one, which the anime fans are very mad at me about. They want me to watch more. I've only watched the one. So.
Watched a couple. But Digimon, Pokemon, Shaman King, bit of Dragon
Pokemon
Ball.
counts, I've seen 2. Hold on, if Pokemon counts, I've seen 2.
I mean, I've seen Pokemon, Digimon, Dragon Ball. Hefty amount of Dragon Ball because we had it on TV when I was growing up.
Okay.
Shaman King, which is like a guilty pleasure for me, and bit of Full Metal Alchemist, a bit of Hellsing, but that's about it. Nothing stuck.
Not me writing these down to look up later.
I mean, we have the VOD. The VOD's gonna go up on YouTube anyway, so you have it. If you say it here, it's stuck on the internet forever.
Gasp.
Uh, it's okay. Koga's an honorary weeb. I am not a weeb, sir. I'm not a weeb. Be fair.
Not the
And tying this into what we're talking, one of the first cartoons that got me into fantasy growing up, one of the first feature-length animation films, was Flight of Dragons, which is very, very interesting. I don't know if you've seen it.
We might need movie night. I don't think I've seen this.
We can do movie night. Sure, we can do movie night. And we can do Flight of Dragons.
Like
I have it on
phony for
something.
having not seen it.
It's really... So the premise is a guy gets pulled into what is basically a borderline copyright infringing D&D game. And I'm not going to spoil anymore.
Okay.
Also, the main theme song is one of the songs I usually play on stream. It's on my song list. Very pretty.
I'm gonna have to look out for that next music stream.
Okay. I mean, you could request it. I have a couple of people who usually request it. And here's the first thing that breaks people's brains. Let's dive a little bit into my neck of the woods. Let's dive a bit into the history of it.
Let's go. I'm ready.
So, the thing that breaks most people's brains when they start digging into the history. The oldest Western dragons had no legs, no wings, and no fire. They were just big, enormous snakes. And if you...
What?
Yep.
What?
Yep. And...
What?
This is me just scraping the iceberg. Hear me out.
Okay.
So, the one of the books that I used a lot for this research is Paul Acker's Dragons in the Eddas in Early North Art. And Paul Acker's argument is that Beowulf's poet, and Beowulf as a work of literary fiction is a pivotal early step. His dragon is snake-shaped, but now it flies and it spits fire. And the familiar four-legged bat-winged fire breather starts consolidating from that point onward in literature and throughout medieval Christian European text, building on that and so on. Everything you've ever played that is dragon-related, Skyrim, Witcher, Baldur's Gate 3, even Dragon Age, sits at the other end of that line. And how does it land knowing that the dragon, the symbol you love so much, is basically a literary invention with a fairly clear start date?
I have so many thoughts. We're gonna go one at a time. Like, I did know that there were like some iterations, interpretations, whatever you want to use, of dragons that like didn't have the wings or legs. Like, I've seen some of the more like serpenty dragons before. But I did kind of always think that they all involved fire. So the fact that like, you know, these first examples, there was no fire involved, I'm like, is it a dragon? Isn't that just a giant snake at that point?
I mean, the definition, the distinction's very hard to make, especially in like, because I'm talking mainly European, the European view, maybe a little bit of the north of the Mediterranean, but generally Eurosphere of things. Like, I had people calling me out that I'm very Eurocentric, but that's my academic background. Sue me. I don't know what happened east of the Ural Mountains. Like, I know my limits. And I think it's very healthy. If you go into academia, it's very healthy to know your limits, both in time and in space. What's HD saying? Well, they came from the east, probably is one theory. There are a couple of theories of how they came up. Influence from various cultures, there's one theory. The theory of simultaneous generation, like many people in different places of the world inventing similar stuff at the same time, is also a theory.
Right.
They could started we can say they could have started from the Norse, where we can see Jormungandr, which is a dragon. No, Jormungandr is a snake, mate. Jormungandr is literally the world's serpent. He is the snake that, biting his own tail, holds the seas together. And the moment he's gonna let go of that tail, and the seas are gonna overflow, that's the start of Ragnarok.
Don't limit the world serpent. It can be a dragon if it wants to.
The other 60% of history happened on the other side of the Ural Mountains. I agree to disagree. Remember having a dragonology book as a kid that talked about all sorts of dragons from different cultures? The Nidhogg. The Nidhogg is a lot. Gothboy makes a good point. The Nidhogg is closer to the dragon we think of, like flying reptile spitting fire. Don't know a lot about it. Like I've got gaps in my, even in my Norse mythology. I've got some gaps here and there, but the Nidhogg is a lot closer.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever even heard of a Nidhogg. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Nidhogg.
Nidhogg. Okay.
I mean, you're really good. That's one of the main reasons why I started sticking around, and I will call you out. Karou's a streamer who breaks the ultimate streaming rule. She says shit right. Usually on the first try.
It's funny because, I'll have moments where it's a word clearly not in English, because most English I know how to say at this point, but it'll be a word not in English, and I'll try to say it on stream, and I'm convinced in my brain that I messed it up. But of course, Koga's in my chat, and he's like, you do this every time. You said it right, but you stressed the wrong syllable.
I mean, what freaking shocked me, like, I remember going back, and this is what, it's been a year, probably, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
It's like, I come into your stream, and like every streamer, bless you freaking innocent little souls. It's like, okay, she's literally trying to say my whole Twitch handle. I know people mess up my Twitch handle. I have a list. I have a list of mispronunciations to my Twitch handle. I've got like a top 5, but I've got like a full list of like 30 mispronunciations. The point in which the weirdest one, the weirdest one I've got is from an Australian streamer who just said fuck it 5 minutes into breaking his tongue and be like, no, I'm gonna call you Nom. I'll be original. I'll shorten the last part, not the first part like everybody does. I'll shorten the last part and just call you Nom. Like, fair enough. You're gonna confuse everybody. Still confuses his mods to this day.
They're like, who's Nom? Like,
it's like, who
are you talking about?
I'm the worst offender of this. No, you're not, Jinxie. Surprisingly,
I doubt it,
no,
Jinx. I don't think you're the worst at it.
Yeah, no, I get into Karou's stream and Karou's like, Koga, give me a second. Kogayanom. No trace of American accent, not Kogayanam. Kogayanom. Like, nice and clear, one freaking breath. I was like, the child has potential. There is potential with this one. Follow.
Managed to say it non-American. Hold on. Maybe I should stick around.
Like, no, follow. Like, we'll see about the sticking around, but follow. And that's the story of how I started following Karou.
No, we like you, Koga. Stay with us.
And to be fair, even in Black Book, because we both played Black Book, you just forgot to finish it.
I'm gonna restart it, I promise. Because it's been long enough. I need to restart it.
It's a good game, and that broke even my tongue because I don't speak Russian. Like, I know certain terms, but that broke my tongue with certain things.
I tried my best, but some of those words were rough.
Yeah, some of those soft vowels, especially because not some of those words aren't Russian. They're like Slavic, but from like minority cultures in Russia.
Oh, dang.
Kind of hard to say. Yeah, like there's research behind it. But you said most of those things right, like honorable mention. And if on top of that we had for an American, it's even better. It's even more impressive.
Oh no. I try my best. I'm gonna blame being a high school choir kid because my choir teacher was very ambitious. She was like, we could just sing all English songs, but what's the fun in that, you know? So we were doing Italian, German, French, Spanish. I think we had a Czech song at one point. That was a tongue twister, let me tell you. Like we were all over the place with languages. We did Lithuanian at one point.
You went
We got real
Baltic.
ambitious. We got ambitious. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the story of the dragon, and because we're both humanities nerds by trade.
Yes.
People
So
of
I
the
feel like
letters.
I'm feeling a bit of a literary phony now because you brought up Beowulf earlier, and I was like, I know it's been a hot minute since I read Beowulf. It has been a while. I don't remember the dragon.
I mean, I liked Beowulf. I haven't read it in probably 20 years.
Oh, that's even longer than me. Never mind. I don't get to talk.
Most people don't remember the book Beowulf. They remember the book Beowulf. They remember the film Beowulf, especially the dragon, because the dragon's Angelina Jolie popping up very naked from a pool of water with liquid gold dripping off her geometry. So
I don't think I saw that movie.
Okay,
I would have remembered this. The
we do a double take.
would have remembered this.
Oh, trust me. I don't even like Angelina Jolie. But even now, I was like, wait a second. This is peak cinema. This is peak cinema. I'm like, Dragon mommy. Yes.
Just don't call me that and we're good.
I can't call you mommy. You're younger than me.
I know, true. Most everyone is older than me on Twitch. Most everyone.
I mean, someone needs to be the baby.
Yeah, apparently.
The interesting thing is, if we're talking about, I like to define my terms. I like etymology. I like digging into that's what 3 years of comparative lit left me with, just dabbling into names and stuff like that. And the Greek word drakon comes most likely from a very, very old root of the verb to see. So a dragon, etymologically, a dragon is the one who watches. And the main culprits here are the Greek dragons. Laodon coils around the golden apples. The Colchian dragon guards the golden fleece. Python holds Delphi. They don't rampage, sit on something precious, and never sleep. You have a channel command called Horde. To see what's in Cinder's Horde this month. We will get to Cinder a little later. But why do you think the Horde is the one part that survived 3,000 years of literary history when almost nothing else about the dragon did?
I actually have to think that minute. That's a I good question because I had no idea how long that trope has stuck around, but now that you've described those Greek dragons, I was noticing the pattern as you were going. I'm like, okay, gold this, gold that, like the treasure, the loot is loot as in gold, not loot as in the instrument. There's a bit of a theme there. I mean, I don't know. I feel like dragons are also kind of seen like maybe not a treasure in and of themselves, but dragons are supposedly like this very rare, like not unobtainable creature, but like they're this big, majestic They're so rare. They're so wise. They're the seers, the watchers. And now I'm like, is there a correlation there? Like, there's a rareness to both of them in a sense. I
Do we
don't
just
know.
like big spooky bodyguards?
You know, they can be very ferocious. They're not always, but like they can be very terrifying.
I mean, because
Yeah.
you think, and I see Gothboy name dropping Smog. You got Smog in the Lord of the Rings. Same thing. Chills on some
I
gold.
forgot about Smog. Yeah.
Chills on
Damn.
some gold. Doesn't go, doesn't rampage.
Mm-hmm.
Half of the dragons in D&D don't go on rampages, if memory serves. Like they just poke out, grab something for their horde, bring it back, sit on it.
Right? Yeah. I'm like, because they're always like, not always, but they're often depicted also like sitting on top of the treasure. Like they're literally usually like sitting on the gold or the gems or whatever it is that they have. And I'm like, the metal might feel like cool. Like it might be a nice, like, cooling spot to like
That's nice.
sit on
That's
this
a good
cold
idea.
metal.
I like how
Cool
they
down.
do it. I like how they do it in Flight of Dragons, but I'm not gonna spoil it for you. But they do have a nice explanation for
Okay.
how they breathe fire, how they fly, and why they sleep on gold.
Well, now we gotta watch this. Not like right this second. But like I gotta
Like
know now.
we could do like
Movie
my
night.
Discord, your Discord. We
Movie
could
night.
do a movie night.
Movie night.
I've never
Yes.
did a movie night before on Discord. So,
Me either, actually. I've participated, but I've never actually like
hosted.
/ been in charge. Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll sync schedules and see. So yeah, maybe we like hoarders. Maybe we like protectors. Because if we're thinking of the Greek dragons like Delphi or Delphi, the Golden Fleece. Those are like the big stuff that you're not supposed to go there. You're not supposed to touch that. Definitely
Right.
not supposed to take that away. Maybe they're not exactly the bad guys, you know?
And it's a little funny because like hoarding and dragons we're like totally okay with. We're like, oh yeah, you hoard your treasure like you do you. But then humans, it's like, oh, hoarders are weird. Like that's it's like so taboo for us as humans
We're
to like
people
be a
too, Karou.
hoarder.
We're people too.
I know, but like, a dragon does it. We're like, you do you, boo boo. Like you go hoard your gold. That's fine, but we do it, and people are like, hoarding's weird. Like that's a no no.
I mean, I've never heard about anybody going into therapy in any like myth or legend, so maybe the problem's older than the solution for it.
Right.
Could you imagine being a dragon's therapist?
I would be so scared that like, because I would be honest, I'd be like, okay, here's the deal, and I would be too worried that I would piss off the dragon, and then it would just burn me to a crisp.
Yeah, I just imagine this like Freud-looking old bald guy with a big beard sitting on an armchair smoking on a pipe. It's like, do you think your obsession with sitting on gold has to do with your mother?
Right? The dragon would just be like, fuck you, and just blare a bunch of
So this is the positive dragon. The flip side of the coin in mythology, at least. And this one of the oldest layers of the pattern in mythology in what used to be religious literature back then, because mythology had gods, and the same gods you pray to at the temple were part of the myths. One of this oldest myths that has a dragon is usually called the, very appropriately for you, the chaos battle, the Chaos-Kampf in German.
Yes.
One god
Ready.
kills a monstrous serpent, and the world gets made out of the corpse. Marduk kills Tiamat in the Enuma Elish and builds the cosmos from her body. Baal kills Yam, the sea. It's not the fight the dragon can survive because the dragon being alive is the problem.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And to tie it into Elder Scrolls, Alduin is exactly that dragon. He's literally called the World Eater.
Yeah.
And in the now knowing this, and in the grand scheme of the dragon mythos, does that framing make Alduin more interesting to you? Or does it just confirm why you find that kind of dragon kind of boring?
I don't know if I'm ever gonna respect Alduin per se, but no, it is really cool that because I never really looked into lore of dragons too much when I was playing Skyrim. So I didn't really realize that there was like a mythological connection, correlation, some word in there that describes what I'm talking about. It is kind of cool that they did kind of have a little bit of that parallel. But I don't know if I can ever I don't know if I can ever give Alduin props, man. He's so evil. Or is Alduin a he? I think.
I think most dragons in Skyrim are guys.
I'm sure. I think most of them. Okay, yeah. I think most of them are guys. But no, that actually is a really cool. I hadn't thought about it like that at all. I was just that's the bad guy.
Which kind of begs the questions: what are the lady dragons doing in Skyrim? They're just having a girls' night out, and all the guys are pillaging. The girls are just chilling out, watching Sex in the City somewhere in a cave.
I mean, I feel like humans function in a very similar manner. The men are off doing the whatever the heck they're doing, and girls are just like, we're just gonna go have a girls' night. You boys have fun, destroying the world, eating the world, whatever it is y'all do,
Yes, you clip through the map. You clip through the map. You end up in a cave with like 20 female dragons sitting on a couch in front of a widescreen TV, and you learn the shout, "Summon Mimosa."
That would be amazing. I feel like you drop in there and you just be like, oh, there's 20 dragons in here. Like, oh shit, what am I gonna do? And the dragons are like, you're blocking the TV. Can you move? Can you just get
I'm willing to bet there's a mod for that.
Right?
They reproduce sexually in Elder Scrolls? Could be.
Is that where the troll sends you when it slaps you to the moon? That's where it should send us, Warder, with the female dragons. Exactly.
With the lady dragons sipping Mai Tais, watching Sex in the City reruns.
But yeah, I think HGD's right. I don't think there are any female dragons in that game.
If they manage to turn Alduin into Thomas the Tank Engine with a mod, I'm sure there's a mod for lady dragons watching Sex in the City. Do not underestimate.
The Tank Engine.
And there's a moment, because I've segued into the evil dragons, because there's a moment that kind of seals the deal when it comes to dragons, at least in history and in pop culture, until fairly recently. Isn't that the thing in Game of Thrones? Dragons died out because no females were born or something? Think so.
Maybe. It's been a minute since I've watched Game of Thrones.
Think so. And the fun part is, because I mentioned Tiamat, and I mentioned Yum. Like these are some of the oldest like dragon, serpent like kind of figures in written mythology.
Dragons, yeah.
And they're female. Tiamat is a lady.
I did know
so
that.
Is Yum.
I did know
So is
Tiamat
Yum.
was. That one I didn't know.
I
Okay.
mean, there's a whole story about tying serpents to the sea and the sea to females and fertility, and like that's a whole nother can of worms. But just as a reference point, in mythology, in the European mythology, up until fairly recently, wouldn't call them good guys, but like the kind of meh guys that I'm just doing my job here, are guys, and the ones we actually go after.
Here.
Yeah. I have come to claim the golden fleece, sir. This is a Wendy's.
This is a Wendy's. Oh no! Hi, Flame.
Hi, Flame.
Sorry, I'm laughing.
Come in. Yeah, no, it's like I know chatting while having chat is disruptive, so I'm just like kind of my eyes bouncing everywhere.
Gotta multitask.
Sprite Pepsi. I'm not sorry, not sorry, Werder. Sorry, not sorry. The golden fleece, is that the way to say the Lernian Hydra is also a dragon?
I don't even know what that is. What is that? Hold up.
You don't know who the Hydra? You don't know what the Hydra is? The Lernian Hydra?
Do I need to Google this? I feel like I might need to Google this.
I'll catch you up because probably people in chat also. Some people in chat don't know. So Hercules, mythology, Greek mythology's favorite Chad, had to do 12 labors. One of the labors of Hercules was to kill the Lernian Hydra. It's called Lernian because it resided in a cave in an area of Greece called Lerna. And it was this mythological kind of snaky, lizardy kind of thing. The catch was that every time you chopped a head off, it grew two more in its place.
Okay, I didn't know it was called a. Oh, you even just said this word, and I'm gonna butcher it. Oh no.
What, Hydra? You can't say Hydra?
No, the first word. I know how to say
Lernian.
Hydra.
Lernian.
Yeah. Lernian. Okay.
Because it used to live in a cave in an area of Greece called Lerna. That's why it's called Lernian.
Oh, see, I've only ever heard it just called a Hydra. I've never heard the first part of the word.
Because it's the only Hydra in all fucking mythology. What's the point of localizing it?
I don't know. I just work here.
I mean, no one says the Parisian Eiffel Tower because there's one of it. No point in localizing it, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Hydras, basilisks, wyverns are basically dragons. Yeah, that's the problem. You have a lot of iterations, even in European mythology. I'm not even going in the East. I'm just saying, you've got hydras. Well, the hydra because it's a singular.
Right.
You've got the basilisk, which is very interesting because basilisk as a term comes from the Greek word vasiliskos, which is a diminutive form of the word Vasilius, which is king. So the basilisk is the little king.
Interesting.
I thought the basilisk was just a big ass fucking snake. I blame Harry Potter for that. I blame Harry Potter for that.
Harry Potter.
I have the perfect counterexample.
Like Chamber of Secrets.
Look at the basilisks in the Witcher series.
Okay. You're right. 100%.
Look at the basilisks in the Witcher series. They're not big as fucking snakes. To be fair, it was born from a giant snake and a half-eaten. And the half snake woman. Typhon and Echidna. Yeah, that's how the Hydra was born. The fact that Typhon was the father of monsters and the only guy that no freaking god or hero could kill is a different monster altogether. The basilisk is an oversized chicken.
Oversized
Snake chicken. It's closer to, yeah, it's kind of half chicken, half snake. To be fair, it's like,
I mean, he's not wrong.
This is one of Harry Potter's tropes, because J.K. Rowling, being a student of the classics, tied in the etymology of the words, and she said, "Oh, the basilisk is the king of serpents, hence the name Basiliscus, basilisk." Though it's small king, it's a diminutive, and it's like anyway, overcompensating there. A little bit. But the moment that ties in, at least in European culture and history, the moment that kind of seals the deal on the fate of the dragon is basically 2 lines in the Book of Revelations. It's 12:9 and 22. The text names the dragon. So this is Revelations. This is the originals written in Greek, ancient Greek. And it uses both the term drakon, which we kind of established what it is, and the term ophis, which is the classic standard ancient Greek word for serpents as a whole. Initially, it used to specifically mean asps, which are a very specific type of snake. And then it kind of bled out and means serpent as a whole. And this chapter outright says that the ancient serpent, who is known as the devil or Satan, one single sentence in the Book of Revelations, and 3,000, and not 3,000, but like, let's say roughly 2,000 years of the chaos-serpent fused with the devil permanently. Your entire write-up, the entire page that you wrote for me, is an argument that dragons are misunderstood. Do you think you're arguing exactly with that viewpoint?
Honestly, to some extent, yeah. I didn't realize that, it, again, went back that far with, villainizing the freaking poor dragons. But I can totally see it. And then, being a kid who has religious members in the family, I won't go more than that. I heard Adam and Eve, I don't know how many times, and I'm like, that serpent, man, the devil just had to be a serpent, like, really. But yeah, like serpent snakes have also always been seen as kind of this evil entity in our world. And so the fact that dragons have also been always seen as this evil entity, I don't like it. Drives me up. There are good dragons, man. I'm not saying they're all good. There's some good ones.
Not all dragons.
Not all dragons. I will stand by my boy Parthenax until the end of time, okay? That's my boy. That's my boy.
Did I let him live every time? I don't think so. Sometimes most of the times I did. No, don't get me wrong. I like Parthenax.
Koga.
But sometimes.
I love him.
No, keep in mind, I play like games with the moral system and with the moral choice systems. I play them like a maniac. My first Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough breaks the Geneva Convention. I didn't play a Dirge Embrace run. I played a Dirge Enthusiastically Embrace run as an Oathbreaker Paladin.
You murdered my husband, didn't you?
I mean, I didn't murder him. I just took a souvenir off of him and he kind of died in the portal. I have
Funny
a part
how
of him.
Rewording the sentence makes it sound a little less shitty.
I have a part of him. Like, a little trinket.
I didn't murder the guy. I just, detached
He
his
died
hand from the rest of his body,
Took the Anakin road. Yeah, basically it died. I just held out his hand. It just stuck out and I just took it with me.
I'm hanging out with heathens.
I mean, he died of natural causes. I'm guessing.
No!
Falling in a portal.
Hand is not natural. No!
He fell into a portal, okay? He fell. Gravity is natural. Uh, he bled out. We don't know that. We don't know that. I don't know what's behind that portal. Life sucks. Get the helmet. Basically. But no, I think at one point in my playthrough, even Ball was like, "Dude, chill."
Like you're up here, and I need you to be about here, buddy.
Kind of
Take
like
it
take this from the god of murder. Pacing, dude, pacing. Okay. But yeah, no, it went full on mad. Full on mad. Like killed Gale, made like went full on ascended the Starion manic style. Killed Will, killed Karlak, killed Halsin, fucked Minthara, killed Minthara. Because priorities.
Who did you have left?
Think I've ended the game with I had Astarion.
Sorry.
I had Shadowheart, who was in her big shadow mommy mode.
Yeah.
And then fuck Minthara in which order? It depends on the mood. So we're in the middle of ads, so I'm gonna just like banter before we get into
I
the
was gonna
nitty-gritty.
say we've been bantering this whole time. What do you mean?
In my Dutch playthrough, I killed everyone, and my companion was Alfira until the end. Because you play with mods, you fucking cheater.
Wait, there's a mod to keep
Yeah, there's a mod to keep Alfira as a companion. And technically, she was supposed to be a companion. The problem is, because she's got voice lines for Act 2. I don't know if you know that. And those are in the core game files. Alfira has voice lines for Act 2.
Damn, I didn't know that. I feel robbed now. Don't tell Knight. Knight will be crushed.
But
he loves Alfira.
I think she's a little bit too soft. Like, I don't know. She's a very girly, kitsy, thingy.
I see what you like. She's a sweetie pie, but yeah, I see what you mean.
I need a little meanness, a little.
I need a little dark in my women. Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm more of a Minthara, Oren, Mizora kind of guy.
I mean, Yennefer.
Yen is wifey.
That's wifey. That's my wifey. Vizzy's your wifey. It's like same text, different font.
To be fair, hot take moment. Okay, hold on to your drinks. Hot take moment. If you really want me to be like honest, like 100% honest, my 100% Witcher wifey is Shani.
Okay, we're good. I thought you were about to say Triss, and I was about to throw hands. We're good.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Nope.
We're
good as long as it's not Triss.
No. Fuck Triss, and not in the fun way.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Maybe Kira on a bad day. Kira as a side piece.
I thought he was about to say Philippa.
Philippa? No. Fringilla.
Not
maybe.
Philippa. Thank you. Yeah.
Fringilla. Goth chick with a temper and a pixie cut. I have a type, okay? We've been through this.
Yeah, but not in the show though. They really went different.
Oh, no. We're talking like games, books.
Yeah.
Games, books. But Shani, come on, Shani's a little cheeky. She's got the little spunk in her.
Oh, I'm not dissing it, but Yen's wifey. I'm not.
Oh no, Yen's definitely wifey, but Yen's a little bit toxic wifey. You know, just like Shani's like really housewife material.
I didn't say she was good for me. I just said she's wifey.
I mean, same with me and Vizzy.
Yeah, as much as I also love Vizzy, yeah.
On top of that, freaking Laura Bailey as a voice actress.
Yes.
Vizzy gets extra brownie points.
So Warder, Shani, you come across her in the Hearts of Stone DLC?
Yes.
Okay. I had
Yes.
to make sure because there's the two, and I did
I mean,
make sure I was
technically,
saying
you
the right
meet her
one.
in the first game as well.
Well, okay, yeah, I was talking more Witcher because I know so many people that are like, I've only played Witcher 3, which, yeah.
Is sad but understandable. At least you got into the series.
I did start Witcher 2 and then I accidentally kind of soft locked myself, so I think I have to restart.
I had to write, so I had to go to attend several academic conferences with a paper on The Witcher, and I had to play those
Oh,
games pen and pencil in hand. The problem is,
damn.
what happened to me in the Witcher series is the same thing. Is like it's like that saying goes that explaining a joke is like dissecting a frog. You understand it better at the end, but the frog dies in the process. That's what happened with me in the Witcher series. I
Which
understand the
breaks
game a
my
lot better.
heart,
I
but I
understand the
understand.
mechanics. I understand the lore. But I can't play The Witcher 3 anymore. I am genuinely excited for the new DLC. I will bite the bullet and power through another save and play it.
Yes, I'm so
But
excited.
hours upon hours and writing papers and cross-checking things and certain things I had to do in Romanian, so I had to cross-translate them, and probably half the translations of Witcher terms in academia in Romania might have originated with yours truly.
Oh dang.
Probably.
Order, did
New
you
DLC?
not
Yeah.
know about the new DLC? Order. Order,
Yeah,
you need to
we're getting a
go look it up.
third Witcher 3 DLC. I am all the hype.
And then eventually Witcher 4.
I've got mixed feelings about Ciri.
For
I've
what
got mixed
reasons?
feelings.
Are we
She's a
about to
fucking
argue?
Mary Sue. She's got like 10 inches of plot armor, okay?
Valid argument. Okay.
Though I have to say, in the early, not the early access, the little playthrough thing that we've seen from The Witcher 4, kind of like MILF City. I mean, Elder City. I can't call her a MILF because she technically she's in her 30s. She would be the same age as I am in the fourth game. It's like I can't call her a MILF. It's like she's 1 year my senior.
Wait, she's older than me, so I can still call her a MILF, and it's fine. Okay, cool.
She's got elder blood cheat codes. Yeah, basically. And I never, to be fair, if I were to choose a protagonist that I would play the hell out of, anybody who's not Geralt, I would choose Vesemir. I would kill for a Vesemir prequel.
Oh, prequel? Okay. Okay, that would be a cool one. That would be really cool to see.
No, in terms of like Witcher wifeys, we kind of like sidetracked, but might as well let's close the circle.
Let's roll with it. Thirst Queen, let's roll with it. Let's go.
In terms of Witcher wife, Shani, always nice. Kira's more of like a friends with benefits situation. I wouldn't exactly take her home to mom.
That's a one-off in my humble opinion. You do that once, you realize your mistake. You don't go back.
I mean, rebounds, because you know. I mean, sometimes, you know, just need to blow off some steam. It's like you hang out on a movie night, one thing leads to another kind of situation.
The friend with benefit, the 2 a.m. you up text. Basically. Hey, wanna Netflix and chill? Want a crystal ball and chill? Crystal ball and chill. Shut up.
Can we mention the dragon in The Witcher? I'm getting there. Hold your horses. Told you this one's gonna be a yapping session.
We'll roll back around, I promise.
The famous dragon slayer Richard from the School of the Griffin. Yeah. Patience, Padawan. I had to go into the voice of God, into the deep voice. And the fun part, okay, since we're talking about like squishy, activities. Talking about bodies. I'm trying to be TOS friendly. The two of us interacting is not TOS friendly.
Okay, continue. I'm sorry. I'll be good.
In medieval business, because we kind of left it off like late antiquity, okay? Kind of, okay. Dragon equals serpent equals Satan equals bad.
Yeah.
In the medieval bestiaries, so for those of you who don't know, a bestiary was like sort of like a proto-encyclopedia. They had
I had to read one of those.
Had to read several. Yeah, they're really cool. Like if some of the really nice ones are really cool until you start trying to read off from the original, and then you realize how bad your Latin is.
I can imagine.
They went a little further than dragons are evil. They made an allegory of the dragon's body itself. The crests or the horns mark it as the king of pride. The tail of the dragon means deceit. Its strength, according to medieval physiologians and authors of these bestiaries, its strength, the dragon's strength, is in its tail, not its teeth. It is like the devil, the most enormous of all reptiles, quoting from the Physiologus. So for roughly 1,000 years, a dragon could not be a standalone character because every part of it was a different symbol. When do you think that fiction actually let dragons have personalities again?
Damn.
Come on,
I don't know.
Miss Lit Major.
Oh, shoot. We didn't read that kind of lit. I wish we read that kind of lit. That would have been a lot more fun. The reading bestiaries was cool. I forgot, though, that they kind of segmented all the parts of a dragon out like that. Dragons having personalities. I'm thinking. Because I know we had to read some, like, oh, what are those called? The King Arthur and the Guinevere and all
the
that.
Arthurian, the Matter of Britain.
Yeah.
It's usually called the Matter of Britain.
Yeah,
I used to be a part of the International Arthurian Society for a couple of years, so had to read a lot of it. Yeah, proper nerd credentials and all.
Once, luckily, thank God. Those are not the funnest read. The most fun read, if you will. But even then, I don't really remember dragons having a personality. Like, I really can only think of more modern stuff where dragons actually kind of seem to have their own quirks, their own wants, and, you know.
Puff the Magic Dragon?
I actually don't know if I know what that is. Wait, what is that?
Disney B-lister dragon from like an 80s cartoon. It's like the first dragon that came to mind that is like
damn, I wasn't even
cutesy,
alive.
wholesome-y. I wasn't even, I'm born in 92. I wasn't alive in the 80s.
Okay, fair. Some people in chat probably were, but we weren't. I didn't watch a lot of 80s cartoons, actually.
Wasn't Puff the Magic Dragon a euphemism for weed? Yes, also a euphemism for weed.
That's what
for
I was
reasons.
thinking of, so I was like... I thought we were talking about dragons. Like, hold on.
No, the thing is, and the tie-in is also the fact that the dragon kind of acts a little high. And this was for children, but...
It's fine. We just won't. We'll just have it in the movie, and we just won't address that's what's happening. It'll be
I mean,
fine.
there are a couple of shady things happening in Disney movies, for fuck's sake. Dumbo gets drunk. You kind of
Yep.
make it a little musical number, still a baby elephant getting drunk. No
Yeah, but
matter how
man,
you
as a
cut it.
kid, I did not know any better.
I
And
know,
then I
it
got
just
older and was like,
didn't.
oh,
didn't like didn't put two and two together.
yeah. Yep. Order.
Pulls out Excalibur and slays a dragon. Welcome in night. Look at the little
Hi,
mermaid and all the
night.
castle looking like this. That was an animator, not an animator, a graphic designer that got screwed over with money, and got basically. I think the guy passed away, or if he didn't pass away, Disney still owes him a serious amount of money. And instead of bringing his paycheck, so this is word of mouth. Like, I've got nothing of this confirmed. This is like word friend of a friend of a friend told me that basically the guy was waiting for his paycheck, which was like a month overdue. And the guys were like, his boss comes in and says, "Oh, Bobby, whatever, insert random name here. We have something for you. Is it my paycheck? No. You are unemployed now. Congratulations. Fuck off." Be like, "Yeah, sure. Let me finish this drawing of the cover of like the poster of your biggest hit to date, which was The Little Mermaid." It's like, okay, we're putting dicks in the castles. And there's also there's another myth about something subtle snuck into Disney, but that's a fan edit that's not in the actual flick. That in the Lion King, when you've got that scene with Mufasa and Simba sitting on the edge at night and looking up the stars don't spell fuck. That's a fan edit. That's a meme. That's a fake.
Yeah, that one I kind of figured. I was like, that one seems a little bit like a stretch.
Second under, because I read you third millennium BC Tiamat, which had a personality technically, and it's technically a dragon technically.
Technically.
I mean, she shows up as a lot of different things. Mesopotamian mythology, like Babylonian mythology, isn't easy to understand. And most of the source material is close to 3,000 years old. Good luck.
Yeah, true.
Like, good luck. And I like freaking people out when there's like, "Oh, come on, the Babylonians weren't that long ago." It's like, yes, the first code of Babylonian law, the Code of Hammurabi, was written in 1786 BC.
Damn.
Close to 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What we have about Tiamat is older than that.
Wow.
Kind of hard to find common grounds and common frame of reference.
Especially from that long ago. Damn.
Yeah, and a very clear iconography that we have about the dragon. If you grew up religious, like if you grew up in a Christian household, like some, if not most of us did, kind of have the picture. You know the dragon? Yeah, it's Saint George killing the dragon, which isn't one of his things. Which isn't one of his things originally. It was transferred to him from a minor saint. Like, if you read like the source material, the actual theology, Saint George did a lot of things. Used to be a Roman legionnaire. Never killed a dragon. He was a genuine, actual, as far as we know, an actual person. Had better things to do with his time. The dragon fight was transferred to him from a very minor saint called Saint Theodore Tiro. And the golden legend, the Legenda Aurea in 1260, fixes the Saint George kills dragon because dragon is Satan. There's also another saint, and this is a female saint that deals with the dragon. Very interesting metaphor here, which is Saint Margaret of Antioch. who gets
Oh,
swallowed whole by a dragon, bursts the dragon open. And this
Dang.
thing alone makes her one of the most depicted saints in medieval Europe. And of all things, ironically enough, and this is going to be a little graphic, she's a patron saint of childbirth. Let that sink in.
Shut up. No,
look up
she's
Saint
not.
Margaret of Antioch. Yep. Yep.
My mind is blown right now. Hold on.
I mean, when I tell people that history is a lot more interesting and a lot crazier than most fan fiction, people give me funny looks. I was like, nope, this is from the book.
So wait, she got swallowed by a dragon and then like
Just like,
made it burst from the inside because she was swallowed.
Mhm.
And then she became the patron saint of childbirth.
Yep. Aren't the Middle Ages fun? See, that's why I specialized in medieval stuff. Because you get stories like this, casually.
I see the parallel, but what the
History is a lot weirder than fiction. Case in
I
point.
started crying. That was so funny.
But regardless of the iconography, regardless of the weird stories, okay, it seems like in every one of these stories, the dragon's not even a character, but more like a prop. In your opinion, did games actually manage to fix that, or is a dragon still mostly a boss fight with some lore attached?
Okay, I'm trying to think. I think overall, no. I feel like there's still, for the most part, like it's the big boss, or if we're going for a more good portrayal of dragons, like they're the wise, like advising type. Like I don't know that we've necessarily gotten away from that overall in video games. I'm sure there are exceptions to the rule. I'm sure there's some dragons within different games that have more personality and depth to them, but then I think about, shiz like Elden Ring, and I'm like, I don't know that dragon has a lot of personality and depth. It might just be a boss that you have to go kill, I don't know that we've evolved as much as I would like in that. But yeah, no. As much as I love my dragons in video games, no.
It's kind of sad because it feels like there's lost potential in there. Even I'm even looking into, like, thinking about the longest standing dragon in fiction that is still relevant today, which are the dragons from D&D, namely Tiamat and the other guy.
Yep.
And the fact that I forgot the
and
other guy was because he's the good guy.
What is his name? Hold on, this is gonna bother me.
Yeah, no, just give me a second. I mean, I'm not ashamed to look up stuff.
I want to say Bahamut, but that might be wrong.
Could be Bahamut. Give me a second. You might
Bahamut.
be onto something. Might be onto something.
At first, I was gonna say Talos, and I'm like, not a dragon. Never mind.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, Bahamut.
I got it right.
Tiamat and Bahamut. I like Tiamat because
they both got the mut.
the evil mommy. Yes, I have a type. Even if evil mommy has 7 heads that don't agree with each other. But that's 74 smog is in 37. Yes, but I feel like... Give me a second. There is a little more depth in D&D when it comes to dragons and a little more diversity. Whereas, yeah, you have smog showing up in The Hobbit in 1937. We're not arguing publishing history here. We're not saying that Gary Gygax, God's rest his soul, was a great writer, but he was no Tolkien. Gary Gygax was the guy who started writing D&D. A little bit of nerd history for you.
Oh, okay.
He's probably responsible for most of the systems we have in every modern RPG. Like mana points, health points. Those originated with first edition D&D.
Oh, dang.
Which came out a few years before the first video game, so... and most video game developers... Yeah. Most video game developers were D&D players. That's how RPGs started as a game genre. You had guys playing D&D. It's like, how could we play D&D on a computer? That's how the RPG was born. But Smugs is very... Wildpaw! Welcome in.
Wildpaw!
You missed the rant about Witcher wifeys, Wildpaw. I feel like you should have been here.
True, we did. We went on many tangents, and that was one of them.
Gygax borrowed much of it, the Plato system at the University of Illinois. The Plato system had video games prior to the books, just saying. Interesting, Minion. Interesting. Did someone say Yennefer? I mean, no, we were arguing that if we forget the whole you can be Team Yen or you could be wrong. Like if we forget the Yen and Triss debate, who's wifeable in the Witcher games? And I'm leaning towards Shani. I know a lot of people like Anna Henrietta, don't like the blonde prissy girls. Sorry.
Even Wildpaw's like Shani.
I mean, she's cute, she's smart, she's got a good job. She's a fucking doctor, okay? She's wife material, like women with a career, okay?
Sugar mommy? Say what?
Maybe.
She's older than me, I can say it, okay?
I mean, I was thinking because you kind of have the same hair length, just like spray it red, be ginger for a stream, go nuts, cosplay idea.
See, okay, I have done red, but it was more fire truck red and less like actual ginger red, which is more what she is.
I mean, suggestions. And she gets to bonk Geralt in a boat. Yes. Not only.
I forgot about that.
I mean,
I so forgot about that.
It's not the size of the boat, it's the motion of the lake.
Warner, there's nothing wrong with ginger red. Just at the time I was dyeing my hair, I'm like, I want more like ruby red, like fire truck red, like red. So I did that. I only regretted it a little.
I see. Remember the important things about The Witcher. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
Depends on. I think The Witcher has a wifey for every type. Okay, you like a little slutty. There's Kira. You like smart girls who are actual wife material. There's Shani. You like your muscle mommies. Ceres.
Oh.
Ceres and Kreith.
Hold on.
Come on. Ceres is the muscle mommy.
You're not wrong. Before Karlach existed, yes.
Before we had Karlach, we had Ceres and Kreith. We had
Ceres. Yes. On Kreith, right?
On like Kreith. That's how I say it. A little bit.
But that's not how they say it.
I don't give a fuck. It's a Celtic name. It shouldn't be Anne Kreith. Her name's not Anne Crate, okay? She's not a dock worker called Anne Crate. It's Anne Kreith.
Oh, see, I don't say Anne. I say on, but then I say Kreith because they always say Kreith.
Pronunciation in The Witcher.
I've said it too many times, and now my mouth feels weird.
Calanthe. Yeah, Calanthe doesn't show up in the game, sadly, but
does not.
The Lioness of Sintra.
Show, though?
The Lioness of Sintra. Come on. Calanthe is a badass. Like, big-ass freaking party in her throne room, and she just, like, comes in with a dirty arm. What the fuck do you guys want?
Right.
In the book, even in the series, like, the actress who played Calanthe in the series did her justice, if you ask me.
I don't know her name, but I love that actress. She did an incredible job.
I like how we said we're gonna talk about dragons and we're talking more about The Witcher. A little bit late to switch.
It's so good.
It's a great series.
Dragons in Witcher. It counts.
It's a great series. Actually, talking about that. Sent you in the mod chat the depiction of Calanthe. Okay. Yes, Calanthe's mommy. Because yeah, she's blonde in the books actually. Because she's Ciri's grandmother. She's supposed to be blonde.
That does make more sense.
I mean, and in your write-up, Karou, you single out 2 dragons. It's really a telling pair. Parthenax. No, excuse me, Parthenax. Had to do low-hanging fruit. Come on, had to do that joke.
We had to do the American pronunciation for the little me.
No, for us it's Parthenax. For the people in chat, Parthenax. Party snacks. Yeah, party snacks.
Exactly. Me and you, Wild Paw. Feel it.
So Parthenax, who has every reason to choose to be Alduin, and he chooses not to be. And Villentretenmeth. I can't believe I said that in one breath. Because I don't say his name.
That was
often.
impressive as hell.
It's Villentretenmerth. Villentretenmerth. See? Takes me like 2 tries. Who is not defending a horde at all. He's defending an unhatched egg from people who came to kill it for money. You wrote that what you love is that they are ferocious only when needed. Tell us more about that, because that is not a taste in monsters, that's a whole worldview.
Well, because I think about, especially, I know there's other dragons that I'm sure fall into this trope, but those were like 2 top of my head as I was writing it. Like, they're very large, scary dragons. They have the potential to be ferocious and scary, and they could be. But like with Parthenax, he really only seems to care about, maybe not putting Alduin to rest because that's his brother, but like trying to correct the mistakes that Alduin is currently making on his, evil trajectory, evil path. And then with
in his villain era.
In his villain era, and Parthenax is like, whoa, you're my brother. I love you so much. I can support most of what you do. This is a little far. This is a little
bro, this is
extreme
coming
here.
from a place of love, but chill.
Right? I'm like, we listen and we don't judge, but you gotta stop, buddy. No. Or in the case of I'm gonna butcher the name so bad. Villain Trettenmirth?
Close enough. Took me 3 tries to, and I'm the guy that pronounces stuff, so I'm not gonna shame you on that one.
It's a hard word. It's so long. Phrasing. But with him, like, I believe that egg is like his egg. Like, that's his kid,
If I remember right, yeah.
Yeah, so for most of the story, or for the episode, if you guys didn't read the books, he's a pretty peaceful person, like he's trying to help Geralt and Yennefer with whatever the frick they're doing over there, and he's on this quest, but he's never malicious. He's not battle hungry like the little dwarves are, as much as I adore them. But like when it comes to defending like his kid, he will go all out. There will be no survivors. Like, you're coming after my child. Like, I'm going to step in and, defend my family.
He's giving off Uncle Iroh vibes for some reason. At least in the show, he gave me
Right.
Uncle Iroh vibes. Like you are this freaking force of nature, war hero, master of your craft.
Oh
And you're
yeah.
like, just want to sip my tea.
And like
I
you
wanna take
wouldn't
care of the
think
kids. Sip my
twice
tea.
because
Chill out.
yeah. Like Iroh's so happy-go-lucky, like I just want to drink my tea. Like you wouldn't think twice about that guy normally, but then if he's
You
got
see
to
him in
step up,
battle.
he's gonna step up. Yeah, he will do what needs to be done. And I think in the show he even had like a moniker, a title with dragon in it, but I can't remember what it was.
The Dragon of the West.
But was it the dragon? Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the
Uncle
East,
Iroh
and I'm
was
like,
the Dragon of the West.
right. Yeah, so he's a dragon in a sense.
Dragon of the West, the Scourge of Ba Sing Se. I know my avatar, man. I'm a lore monkey. I
Right?
suck up lore. If I like a series, I will read the wiki and probably memorize most of it.
Damn. I
there's
can't say
a
that.
single game. There's a single game. Sidetracking, of course, it's us.
Yeah.
There's a single game in which the wikis, plural, because there's two of them, the wikis aren't enough, even if you play the game. And that's one of my favorite games of all times, which is Book of Hours.
Ooh. Okay.
For a game that's usually around $20, the fact that if you squint, the game has 120 something endings.
Damn. Really?
Yeah. Premise is very simple. So it's made by Weather Factory, which are an English company that make very surreal, Cthulhu-esque, mythological kind of things. And the premise is very simple. You are on your way to being appointed as the librarian of an esoteric library, a mystical library.
You had me a librarian. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically like it's basically a different spin on the whole arcane librarian trope, because I know all of us play the arcane library one. That's a little more ADHD. That's a little more. You don't open the books. You don't read the books. You don't know about the books. You laugh at the titles. You shelve them. You move on.
Yep.
Book of Hours is a lot more chill, because you are a curator of this library. You open up this. It's called the Hush House. Interesting enough. You liaise with other librarians, you meet people, you learn skills, and the skills are very esoteric. It draws a lot from Crowley, it draws a lot from Cthulhu, the whole Cthulhu mythos. It draws... It's probably the most wholesome horror game, because it doesn't like jump scare you or give you any like boo moments, or you don't see anything that's too graphic. It's more of like an existential horror. It's kind of like those what ifs that gnaw at the back of your mind. Like, it doesn't sound impossible.
See, that's a horror I could do. I can't do the jump scare horror. Like that one freaks me out too much. But this horror sounds up my alley.
Yeah, no, that's why I said, and I recommend it to a lot of people. First of all, because you can't lose the game, which is nice.
Ooh.
You can't lose the game in any way, shape, or form. Everything you do influences the story, and everything you do leads to an ending. There's technically there's like 30-ish endings, but one of them splits into a lot of like very, very nuanced different versions. So that's like technically it's like 100 and something. But the achievement caps at up like getting the 30. So the only reason why you'd pursue all the endings is for like your own satisfaction. The world's really interesting, because it's a sort of like alternate history, rural England, somewhere in the mid-20s to early 30s. Kind of the same aesthetic. Nice little music, very chill. Starts off very wholesome. You start developing weird skills, because you don't have like stats like health and mana and stuff like that. You have I won't spoil it for you, because the whole point of the game is discovering it. And my first playthrough took me like 40 hours and I sped ran through it.
Dang.
When you actually take your time, you've got different openings. You've got like, I think it's 10 different starts to it. Your first dialogue choices influences kind of your path, your destiny, and you kind of play into that destiny.
Oh damn. Okay.
But it's really fun, and if you start making the connections, if you're fairly well read into like esoteric matters and stuff like that, you see a lot of parallels between what's in that and I don't know, Anna Blavatsky's work or Crowley's work or insert favorite esoterian like author from the past 6 centuries, from Cornelius Agrippa in the 1400s up until what Crowley wrote while he was still sober.
Right.
Which is asking a lot from the poor guy. To be fair, being too kinky and too sexually perverted that the government of Italy throws you out of the country is #life goals.
I'm just gonna hide. I'm just gonna dip down here.
I like that both HD and Minion, same thing. Was Crowley ever sober? It's like,
potentially not.
Maybe
when he was a baby.
Sometimes, yeah. Maybe when he was like pre-teen. The fun part is that, trying to tie it back to there's no dragons in the game. They are mentioned, but they don't show up. Just
okay.
Circle back to.
We're eventually gonna come back.
Hey, like I said, it's the only episode where I didn't say, "Oh, we're gonna cap it at like some hours." Like, nah, I'm taking the day off. I've got nothing to do until tomorrow morning at 9, and that's in 12 hours, so we're good for time.
Oh yeah. Plus, how our one Discord call went, I'm like, there's no way we're gonna keep to a set time. There's no way.
Oh no! Like I said, I know we're both but like I know who I'm talking to. There's 2 people I didn't cap it with. So right now I'm like the score is 2-2. With Minion and Nofi, because I know they were a little pressed for time and they kind of like stick to question answer, very podcasty, very nice. Not that they're not yappers or that they're shy, but just like they're a little more structured as people. Kept it at 2 hours. The first episode was with Nikki. I love her to bits. She's one of my favorite streamers. She's a great scholar. She's great at what she does. She could talk the ears off of a brass statue.
Oh my god.
Same as yours truly. So we said, no, we're going through the questions. When we're done, we're done. We finished the questions, kept going for 40 more minutes. Just to give you a point of reference.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Speaking of the devil, welcome in, Nofi. Taking notes from the great masters on how to be a great yapper. You just keep talking. You know, you turn your inside thoughts into outside thoughts and pray that TOS doesn't catch on.
Right? Like, if it's TOS appropriate, we're fine. If it's not, we pray.
Yeah. Where I'm lucky, at least in my case, I'm lucky that freaking Automa doesn't catch what you're saying on stream, because I'd go like beep 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 beep.
Right.
Just got Book of Hours. You will like it, Knight. If you give it time, it's hard to get into. It's cryptic and it's dense. The lore is dense, like fucking dense. But if you start looking into it, if you start reading up on the wiki, it's probably one of those games, and this comes from someone who's immune to spoilers, but it's one of those games where even the spoilers don't help out that much. Because you don't know which books you find where. Me and you could start the same game in the same exact way with the same exact choices at the same exact steps, and at one point that game's gonna branch out.
Now I feel like I need to play this game. I mean, it's like
If one of my mods wouldn't mind looking it up on Steam for us, tell us what.
Like 20,
It's
25?
like 20-ish, kind of like
Yeah.
that price. And the fun part is those people are launching a game probably next year. I know it. I know the early access is starting off next month, which is called Traveling at Midnight, which is going to be an RPG, and it's heavily inspired both by Book of Hours, so it's the same setting as Book of Hours, but it's also heavily inspired by Disco Elysium.
Oh, okay, that sounds cool.
$25.
That's-
Yeah, Werder looked it up. It's $25. $24.99.
Order!
There you go.
That's not bad, actually. That's not bad at all.
How did you know I stream? Turn your inside thoughts out to outside thoughts. Yeah, basically.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
If we're talking about surprises and unexpected things, here's one thing that will actually surprise you. You got to the reading of Dragons Are Misunderstood through Skyrim and The Witcher.
Yeah.
Slavic folklore never lost it.
Ooh.
For example,
Okay.
in Serbian tradition, close to Serbia and Romania share a border. We've got similarities in our folklore. But in Serbian tradition, the Smai is classed as a good demon. It brings rain and it fights the hail bringer. There's a very strong distinction between rain and hail because rain feeds crops and hail ruins them. It's a very pre-Christian, very old pre-Christian belief. Like rain good, hail bad. And where Christianity stages one final permanent killing of the dragon. Okay, a Book of Revelations, Apocalypse, Saint George killing the dragon. Just it's dead. We move on.
Right.
Older Slavic materials treat dragon slaying as cyclical. Dragon gets killed, gets brought back to life, killed again, and so on and so forth. And it's tied to renewal.
Okay.
Tied to renewal. It's supposed to happen like this. It's supposed to.
They're supposed to kind of get reborn, so to speak.
Yeah, you kill them, they come back to life. There's a reason. It's usually tied to the seasons. Certain dragons are protector spirits. We have, for example, in certain parts of my country, we have this little house serpent. It's called the common translation of in English is house snake or house serpent. Sounds a lot more epic than what it is. It is in certain places in my country, it's considered to be the soul of the house. It's a small white serpent called the Shtima. The house Shtima, the Shtima Kasi, the house Shtima, this little white serpent, which you need to feed milk to. So you need to put out a little plate of milk for it once every fortnight, so every 2 weeks. And it kind of protects the house well-being, the health of everybody. It's a little bit tied to health. So it keeps everybody in the house healthy, happy, lucky, stuff like that. You never step on it, kill it, harm it, insult it in any way.
Okay.
And the reason why you feed it on purpose, so you put out the little plate of milk for it, is because if you don't, he's gonna feed himself and he's gonna spoil the milk of your cows.
Oh.
Like that he's it's the same thing as in Black Book. Certain small churts. Churt is the Russian word for devil. But for us in Eastern Orthodox spirituality, in like the Eastern side of Christianity, devils aren't like, oh, there's forces of nature. They're like minor annoyances. Okay, it's like a mosquito. It's like,
yeah.
Don't like him being around, but it's not exactly gonna be life altering. Same with us. We've got some demons. We play nice with them. They play nice with us. We don't fuck with them. They don't fuck with us. Everybody goes home happy.
Yeah, just don't disturb the ecosystem. It's fine.
It's basically don't fuck with we've got a system. You don't fuck with the system. Everybody goes home happy. Okay, there's a system in place. And what do you make of the fact that the thing you had to reclaim by your tellings was never actually
Did someone
lost
say
over there?
minor annoyance cheer 69?
Thank you for the bits, Knight. And thank you for turning me pick.
I'm
You don't know what happens when someone cheers 69 bits in my chat, do you, Karou?
I don't, and I have your thing muted, so I'm not hearing double of you.
Yeah, you saw the screen turn pink. Anybody cheers 69 bits in my chat, the screen turns pink and the bardcore version of I'm Too Sexy plays. That's why I was dancing.
Oh my god, that's amazing. We might have to repeat the question on that one. I'm so distracted
Fair enough.
now.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. So, what do you make of the fact that the thing that you're trying to reclaim, namely the fact that dragons are misunderstood and they're not necessarily like evil, was never lost in my part of, well, the part of the world I come from, let's say. The Balkan, Slavic, Eastern kind of.
Right.
place.
I mean, first off, good on y'all. First of all, we're gonna get real American with it. Good on y'all. No.
Hail yeah. Freedom.
Hail yeah. I'm not doing America. I'm not doing it. No. I actually really like that. And I think it's just a further reminder of how backwards sometimes I think my country gets with like certain things, and we're gonna stick to dragons, people. We're not diverting. I'm not getting into that topic. But yeah, like I feel like, here in America, whenever I see a depiction or, dragon in like a movie or a TV show, or I read it in a book, see it in a video game, like 9 times out of 10, they are this kind of like sinister evil, like, oh, this is the big bad that we have to, you know, figure out how to deal with. Um, and I kind of just thought that was an all over thing. Like I thought the whole world was kind of doing that. So, after hearing how you guys see dragons in not that light at all is actually, it's reassuring. I'm like, yay, someone sees where I'm coming from here, Like I'm not entirely crazy that like dragons don't always have to be evil. They can be, but they don't have to be. And I like that.
Yeah, because our usual relationship with the snake is very, very tied into the Greek Asclepian serpent, which is that snake you see wrapped around the pole around most pharmacies.
Right.
Context for the non-mythology savvy. Asclepius, or Esculap, however you want to call him, the Greek god of medicine, had this staff. He sets it on the ground, a snake wraps around it, it becomes the symbol of nature tamed for medical purposes. You'll see it on pharmacies. Sometimes it's wrongly the caduceus, which is Hermes' staff with wings and two snakes coiled around it. Different thing. Sometimes you see the single pole with a single serpent. That's the Asclepian snake. And sometimes you see a cup with a serpent, and the serpent's head is bowed into the cup, pouring its venom sometimes into the cup, which is a symbol of treating things from nature as medicine, as healing, as not to mention the fact that pretty much, to my knowledge at least, most anti-venoms out there are synthesized out of the venom itself.
Right.
So we kind of had that influence where, yeah, it can be dangerous, can be annoying, can be a little mean, but it's more of like something, an authority or a figure that needs to be respected, that needs to be like kept away from to a certain respectful distance. but it's not intrinsically evil. It's not like something that, we're
Right.
gonna kill you and eat you and set you aflame.
Yeah.
Fairness, not all American media depicts dragons as sinister, all evil. Looking at Wheel of Time. I haven't watched Wheel of Time.
I've seen bits and pieces of it. I've never watched Wheel of Time all the way through. And Warder, I completely agree with you. I don't think all our iterations of the dragon are, evil wrongdoers that must be stopped, but like 9 times out of 10, I feel like they're usually very sinister, evil creatures, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, and like I said, I appreciate the image HD, but putting images up on stream right now is gonna be way too much of a hassle. But I'll drop. I have this habit of dropping the. If anybody asks for it in my Discord, I'll drop the bibliography and any reference images and stuff like that if people are interested.
Ooh, yes, please.
Don't.
You referenced a lot of cool medieval shit I want to go look at later.
I mean, didn't I send you like the full bibliography, the whole reading materials and stuff like that? I think I did send it to you, or I can send it to you afterwards.
Did. Now that you're
The
saying
only reason
it,
why
like,
I don't, the only reason why I didn't send you, I could send you the questions as well if you want, because they've got footnotes and like little references and stuff like that. The only reason why I don't send them to anyone before the stream is because I want the genuine reaction. That's
okay, yeah, because if you see the questions ahead of time, you can kind of like rehearse in your head how you might want to answer it,
Yeah, that's why I was giggling when you said, "Oh, don't quiz me on things and don't like quiz me on books." It's like, I'm not quizzing you, but you're gonna have to take my word for it. Because if I show you the questions, I'm spoiling the whole thing.
I trust you, Koga.
And I like to Lord Ramp. I put some history here and there for people who are genuinely interested, but I'm not gonna like cite sources and like pour out books because this is two buddies chatting on a theme. This isn't like prepare for my very interesting lecture about the phenomenology of the dragon. And like I can, I know I don't show it. I come from academia. I can pull full on academia and just be like lovingly boring and just like put my fingers up like this and say, according to the sources, the image of the dragon stems from a faraway place. And I can be as entertaining as watching Mold. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Moving on. Put the robot on, and I can see you as a monk. I mean, face helps. Just pop
gotta do like the chants they do too.
I can. Got some notions of Gregorian.
I believe it. You're a bard. You have it in you. I know it.
You go like, Salve Regina.
Exactly.
The not fun medieval music.
I don't have notes quite that low. I can't do it.
Yeah, because it used to be sang by males. Because according to a dicton, which doesn't show up in the Bible, it just shows up in a lot of like Catholic things. Women should be silent in church. That's why usually guys sang it. Also, we're getting ads again, and we're 2 hours in, Karou. Would you like a break? Would you like to take 5 minutes and like stretch our drinks, refresh our legs, mow our lawns, feed our lawns, and mow our dogs?
We can't mow a lawn in 5 minutes. I mean, I'm good. The only thing I could think of was the dog, but he's fast. He's snoring under my desk, so I think he's fine. I think he's good.
Oh, HD, why'd you have to put that? Why'd you have to put St. Benedict's medal in there? Because I have it in my. Okay, but we're going. That's gonna be an ad lib. I'll explain what HD just put in, and I'll translate the whole thing.
Ooh, okay.
And I'll actually we'll do a little bit of show and tell. Just for the really curious. Also, I've got the translate command in chat that nobody uses, and that took me 3 days to program. It's basically I
Dang.
integrated Google Translate.
So you just like do translate and put the thing in?
You do
and then
exclamation
it-
mark translate, you put the space, you put what you wanted translated, it tells you the source language and the translation in English. Unless you do exclamation mark translate, you put the language code, like let's say IT for Italian, then another space, then you put something in and it translates it to Italian. There we go. There we go.
That's awesome.
That's how it works. It was a
That's
pain.
Really cool. Oh, I bet.
And it's capped.
I can only
It's capped at, I think it's capped at 15,000 characters per stream or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Because it literally goes through Google Translate's API. But given the fact that technically there are 4 languages allowed in my chat, Holy Cross be my light, be light to me. I'm not a dragon to be my guide. Yeah, no, it's really badly translated. I'll get to the middle. I'll get to the middle of Saint Benedict, but it's ties into the dragon because it mentions the dragon, but it's a little irrelevant for what to say. So I'm gonna ask for a 5-minute break because I do need to go to the little trolls room, and it's good to stretch your legs. And and we'll roll the ads, and we'll see you guys in 5 minutes. In the meantime, I will leave you with a couple of clips so we can stretch our legs in privacy. And we're back. And we're live.
Woohoo!
Properly stretched and adjusted.
Yes.
Phrasing.
I mean,
So I will save the show and tell part of things at the end because I've got HD gently but firmly feeding me images into our mod chat. So
yes.
I've got everything nicely curated.
Hey, you gotta behave. You gotta behave.
Now let's get a little personal. Just a little. Not like
Just
not
a
like as
wee bit.
impersonal. One line in your write-up stood up to me. It stooped me. I can't even read what I wrote. Perfect stooped me. So was I in love with dragons when I took on the Chaos Dragon persona? Absolutely not. But in taking on the name and playing these fantasy games that I adore, I have kind of reclaimed my childhood enjoyment of these badass creatures. And you said you're playing with your cousin and your characters get along and have adventures together with dragons, and that's not a weird game. That is two kids independently reinventing the ambivalent dragon that Europe spent 1,000 years more or less deleting. So was the misunderstood dragon thing always in you and the persona just like gave you permission to go full ham, or did the persona genuinely change what you think about and how you view dragons?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think it was kind of always there to an extent. Cause like earlier we were, talking about Parthenax and villain Treton Mirth. I know I said that horribly wrong, but I'm sorry. Um and
We're
how
gonna call him Vinny.
there you go. Or what's his silly human name? Like Jackdaw or something?
Yeah, Jackdaw. I think it's Jackdaw.
Just call him Jackdaw. But yeah, we were talking about those two, and it's like, oh, they can, and even Uncle Iroh, it's like they can absolutely be, not necessarily vicious, but they can be strong and powerful and horrifying when needed. But that's not where they naturally stand. That's not how they normally go about their normal lives. And I think I've always been similar to some extent. Just in my own personality, because like I'm, for the most part, there's always exceptions to the rule, but for the most part I'm pretty easygoing, go with the flow. I don't necessarily like I'm just here. I'm, you know enjoying life, whatever. I'm not really gonna kick up a fight. um I'm a pacifist for the most part. um but like when I need to like defend someone or something, it will kick in and the the dragon will come out. Like I will rage. I will, I'll do what needs to be done.
The tiger mom in you needs to be fed.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Especially because gosh, in school my girlfriends were always the most gullible. It was pretty sad. And I was always having to step in and be like, oh, you did not mess with my girl. Like, absolutely not. So I think I've always kind of had that personality in a sense. I just don't know that I necessarily connected it with these dragon, figures that I love and adore.
Lil Snuggles, the origin. If you know, you know.
I can be mean when needed.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you. We need Lil Snuggles to come back, guys. We
need
I
to
gotta
do
bring that
something
back.
like-
I gotta. Yeah.
We need like an
I gotta
emote or
find the
something.
text.
Like we need like. I mean,
I
don't
could
don't tempt
totally-
me. Don't tempt me. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't tempt me. I have Photoshop.
mean-
I'm not afraid to use it.
Y'all would love the heck out of that thing. Oh my god.
Just like a graffiti
But
tag
yeah.
emote, with Lil Snuggles. With no vowels.
Exactly. You can't have vowels. If it's truly gangsta, you can't have the vowels. But yeah, like that's always kind of just been how I operate on my day to day. I just don't know that I necessarily connected it to, dragons until again I kind of got this persona, and then I started playing all these fantasy games that I adore, and then I'm like, I'm the dots are connecting. I'm seeing the parallel here for sure. But yeah.
Nice. Interesting. And now let's address the elephant. Let's pet the elephant in the room. When
You mean the
people
dragon?
when people think of medieval dragons, there are three words that come to mind. Usually in Latin. Actually, no, usually in English, but fairly often in Latin as well. Hic sunt dracones. Here be dragons. Probably the most famous dragon fact in the world. And it's almost completely invented. This phrase survives on a single copper globe about the size of a grapefruit. Built around 1508. Maybe on a couple of other objects depending on who you ask. What map makers actually wrote on the edge of maps was Hic sunt leones, here be lions. But the real version is there's a globe. It's called a Hunt Lennox globe. For you Americans over there, it's in the it's currently held in the rare books division in the New York Public Library.
Oh wow.
It's a 5-inch engraved copper sphere dated roughly 1508, with this phrase sitting on the far edge of the Asian continent, as it was seen back then. Anyway, the real version, as we kind of got used to right now, is stranger than the myth. About 40 years after the globe, so roughly 1560, Konrad Gessner set out to catalog every animal known to science. This is 16th century science. So,
okay.
He went out to catalog every animal known to the science of this day. And he just added the dragon next to lions and birds and stuff you'd see outdoors. So, what do you think is more interesting? The wording at the edge of the map that never really existed, or the fact that what was basically considered scientific fact absolutely included dragons, like they're there, like pigeons and seagulls and dragons, because why not? Part of the fauna.
I think the fact that dragons were at one point considered actual, like, to an extent scientific, because I mean, I knew they were in like the medieval bestiaries, and those are, I don't remember exactly how old now. But even those, there were a lot of creatures where you're like, that doesn't exist. Like that's not really real. That's not a thing.
You have a lot of animals who are simply misunderstood. The salamander being the classic example of it's this small reddish lizard that somehow survives in the fire, where the fact was that the moment you put a log on the fire, it gets way too hot and the salamander escapes for its life. It didn't survive in the ashes. It just managed to get out of there on time. I think the another good example is Marco Polo's letter. When he reaches what is now Beijing, you know what's the fact that pissed off Marco Polo the most? So he talks about China and the fact that they eat with weird little sticks and they're really big fans of rice and stuff like that. The thing that freaking shocked him, the thing that he ranted on in a letter, I don't exactly know the date of the letter, but Mark, this is what my one of my medieval history professors in university told us was, and I quote, Marco Polo's mic drop moment. Writes back to his fellow Venetians and says, "My brothers, our books have deceived us, for the Chinese emperor has unicorns at his court. A unicorn is not a horse. It's not white and pretty and dainty and delicate. It is a big, thick-boned, thick-skinned gray pig with an ugly horn at the front of its snout." Because the Chinese emperor had a little zoo next to the palace and he had rhinos.
And he thought it was a unicorn.
Yep. And he's got like a 2-page rant about it. Like, I'm just paraphrasing here. He's got like a 2-page rant. Be like, our scientists, our naturalists deceived us. I found true unicorns.
I mean, I guess if you don't really know any better, like it's like HDD said with the dragons and the dinosaurs, like if you don't know any better, I guess it's I guess that's plausible.
Yeah, but I like the conviction because I read it in the Romanian translation, I read it in the English translation, and I even dabbled a little with the Italian, the original Italian. The conviction with which the guy writes is like, I found this, and they're like, no, they've been lying to us. They're big
Unicorns
pig.
exist.
Yeah, and they're big and gray and froth out the mouth and look like giant pigs.
Wow.
Mind blown mic drop. Like, I found unicorns. Fuck off.
And literally for most of that, I think because you said elephant in the room earlier, I was picturing an elephant up until you said horn, and then I was like, oh wait, like not an elephant.
No.
That's crazy. I didn't know that actually.
Like I said,
Wow.
the image of certain creatures, the image of certain creatures was based in reality, but certain creatures got interpreted when the fact is a lot more shocking than than reality. No, sorry, than the myth. Then the myth is like, we don't have any other like native fauna that looks anything close to a rhino.
Right.
The guy just gets there. It's like, well, he talks about the fact that he's got weird striped horses and weird horses with really long necks because he had zebras and giraffes as well, but that doesn't catch your eye. And he doesn't rant about it.
Not as much, yeah.
He's got some weird horses that have stripes on them and get really mad when you try to ride them. AKA, as far as I know, zebras are untamable and rideable due to a couple of reasons. And yeah, he's got these like really, really weird horses with like really, really long necks and spotted. Manatees mistaken for mermaids, giant squids for the kraken, elephant skulls for cyclops. Yeah, basically.
I didn't know about the elephant skulls. I knew about the other two though.
The whole so these bones here in elephant skulls are very brittle, and they're like the first ones that crack. And mildly damaged elephant skulls have this huge hole in the middle because it basically breaking these bones bridges the gap between the eye sockets and the nose socket, like left with a big ass hole. Like, oh, unicorn skull. Cyclops skull. Like, I got stuck on unicorn.
I didn't know about that, but now that I'm picturing it, I'm like, okay, if I didn't know any better, I would think that was a cyclops skull. Like, sure.
But yeah, no, when you see it live, imagine the shock of the guy. Like, you just like get not teleported, but just like you just get to another place. Like, okay, these weird guys, just like everybody wears dresses. Big shocker. It's like, this is a Venetian. Like, pants were the thing. Like, oh, even the guys wear dresses. Like, okay, fine. They're kind of like our priests. Fine, robes. Okay,
Right.
we can get that. They eat with sticks. That's a little weird, but we can move on. It's fine. But the freaking pig-like gray unicorn, like. Keep in mind, when Marco Polo wrote this, 300 years of what was considered scientific fact told everybody unicorn equals pretty white horse with horn, not gray pig,
Right.
white horse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of trippy to think about, like, things that hundreds or thousands of years ago we were like, this is a scientific fact, like this is the truth, and then years later it gets disproven, and you're like, oh, okay, we were wrong. Never mind. Ignore that.
Like I said, we've got flat earthers walking around, just saying. Just putting things into perspective. I know I diss a lot on them, but we've got flat
So
earthers.
Crazy.
When
Like, I
Google
met
Maps,
someone
Google Earth
who-
is a thing.
Yeah, I met someone who literally thought that like any kind of like satellite image or whatever was like Photoshop. And I was like, what? No, that's the Earth. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, no, and yeah, people who think the moon landing is fake and like stuff like that. We've been through that. It's fine. To be fair, we have chupacabra that are dingoes with sarcoptic munch, jackalopes that are rabbits with papillomavirus. Yeah, sometimes certain diseases alter creatures, but to a point in which saying like, where's my horsey? I'm enjoying this, but I'm tired, so I need to sleep, and I'll catch up on the VOD. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for dropping around Wildpaw. And do make sure to drop
Get
Karou a
good
follow, because
sleep.
she's got a very nutty puppy and could use some of your expertise. So
If he were in like arm's reach, I would show you Wildpaw, I promise. But he's probably about to bring another live bird into my house. He did that yesterday. I was.
you have no power here, Knight. You have no power here.
Aw, but
But
Wildpaw
yeah,
deserves
but
the
yeah,
shouty dough.
but yeah, HD, could we have a shout out for the lovely Wildpaw?
Warder, I'm telling you the full story later. It was insanity.
I'm off the clock, but yay, dogs. I mean, I'm trying to just like, connect friends with mutual interests that could help each other. I am completely useless when it comes to animals.
He's helping us network, It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's like we do the Twitch thing, just like we do the thing.
Yeah,
Have no
do the
power here,
thing.
looks at report button. Do you want to push your luck, Knight?
Oh, HD wants a recording. Can you say it again?
Recording of what? What the fuck are you doing?
Sarcoptic mange.
I need you to record and send it to me. Wait, I know the terminology in my own language, okay? I know my terminology in my own language. It's fine. It's fine. Okay? I hear so.
Good night, Wild.
Mate, the amount of words you bastardize in any given 12-hour interval. Come on. Like, really? Really? You're coming after me? You're coming after me with this? But yeah, we do like pretty pictures, and we do like our fictional characters on art talking. This is coming from the guy I would show you, but my bed looks like a war zone because I have a reproduction of one of the Cluny tapestries above my bed. Because everybody every straight guy has a hot blonde chick above his bed. Mine was made in the 1300s. No, but my teacher made my life hell and said no one can pronounce it wrong. For fuck's sake, mate, I haven't looked at medical terminology in years. Yeah, I'm thinking about like depictions. it's a joke word that like just take it at face value. Because I'm thinking about depictions in art.
Mm.
You didn't need to send me a voice note, HD. I could hear you from the other room. You're literally 6 feet away from me. Okay, sarcoptic mangy then. Happy now?
Someone clip him.
And I'm thinking about the depictions of dragons. And like I said, I used to be part of the International Arthurian Society. I wrote my bachelor thesis on Merlin. So when you tell me dragon,
Dang.
I've got a very clear picture in me. The Welsh dragon, the red dragon. Well, even Merlin's myth speaks of the red dragon of Uther defeating the black dragon of Vortigern. And the Welsh red dragon, this association between Wales and the red dragon, first appears in Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Brittonum around 829, so 9th century.
Okay.
Red dragon, because to be fair, Historia Brittonum counts all the Arthurian mythos as fact. That's history. That for him is history. So did I say a black dragon for Vortigern? It's a white dragon. My bad. So fuck black, white. Come on. A red dragon and a white dragon fight under a collapsing tower. Red wins. Red is the Britons. But the boy who reveals it in the original text isn't Merlin. It's Ambrosius. And yeah, so it used to be Ambrosius. Geoffrey of Monmouth is the one who intervenes and changes the plot and ties the whole thing to Merlin. And the rebrand is the version that stuck and eventually ended up on the Welsh national flag, where it rests to this day. So,
damn, I did not know
a
that.
dragon, nobody chose it. Like this, if you look, Hallmark's Merlin is a great adaptation of the version. So this is the version from 1138 from Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regnum Anglorum, the history of the kings of England. But I like to flaunt my Latin because I took 8 years of it and I like making it everybody's problem. And yeah, these are the first depictions of dragons in heraldry, in European heraldry. But they didn't necessarily choose it. Like, yeah, some versions the movie makes a little mistake. Right. Oh no, the white dragon of Vortigern and the red dragon of Uther is like, those weren't their symbols in the books. Merlin is the one that says, oh, the red dragon shall conquer the white dragon is Vortigern. Takes a minute to figure out, I think I'm the white dragon and I'm gonna die. He dies. Like, that's how Uther takes the throne. He fucking dies. But because Uther wins, he takes on the red dragon as his crest.
Okay.
I will imbibe Big Dog. Just give me a sec. So basically, Uther ends up having a symbol, a dragon. He didn't choose. It was assigned to him by someone else, and it turned into his identity. Sound familiar?
No. I'm just, yeah. Koga's like, don't learn a chat. You need to. Well, I'm not streaming. Why do I have to hide?
Because you've been yapping as much as I did.
I feel like you've got more of like the history, medieval cool knowledge though. I feel like you've been doing a little more yapping. I feel like I need to catch up. I need to.
I mean,
need to
we're
get
only
your level.
halfway there. Like we're halfway there. We're gonna get to the games and the
Only
thirst
2.5
traps.
hours in. It's fine.
I mean, feel free to break the record when it comes to time. I've got nothing to do tomorrow. I ate and I napped. I knew who I was bringing here.
If we're breaking records, I gotta stretch. Hold up. Alright, ready.
So you've got something in common with one of medieval literature's most famous kings, who not only takes on the dragon, he takes on the name, because Uther, how is Uther known? Uther Pendragon.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Took more than just the crest there. Okay.
I mean, he got branded by Merlin, so you're in good company.
Right.
Merlin, Chad, same thing.
Right. We can put them on the same level. My chat, the great Merlin, that's same thing. Same exact concept. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely didn't remember any of that in the very little that I read of, Merlin and King Arthur and all those shenanigans. So I definitely did not realize I had that kind of a parallel, but now my persona feels a little cooler than it already did, so Knight, we're not trying to get banned here. Hold on. Hold on, Knight. Don't put it in writing.
I mean, yeah, let's be honest, because this is talking from someone who can call himself an Arthurian scholar. I got the papers for it. The Arthurian mythos, as cool as it is messy. It's cringy. And I'm gonna break a few hearts here. King Arthur is medieval literature's most famous cuck. Because who does Guinevere end up with?
King
Arthur? Guinevere runs away with Lancelot in most iterations of the story. To express myself in layman's terms, Arthur's the guy who puts a ring on it but never taps it. So
I feel like most guys want it the other way around. I'm like, what are you doing?
I mean, he got the wrong script. Poor Arthur got the wrong script.
Someone accidentally they reversed the order on accident. Was probably Lancelot. He's like, I'm just gonna switch this for you. You're supposed to do this first.
Yeah. I mean, the only Lucius Artorius Castus or Riothamus was the real King Arthur. We don't go into that. No. I know what HD is doing because he's being a dick. I've known the guy for 15 years. I know how he acts. Those two names are the two historical figures that are the plausible, historically accurate character. We found them in documents. One of those was the inspiration for the Arthurian literature. Those are 6th century.
But it's up for debate. Okay.
Yeah, there's 6th century Roman commanders. A lot less cooler than the guy whose only son was a bastard that ended up killing him. And no, I'm not giving you spoiler alerts for a story that's 800 years old.
Damn.
I'm not giving you like
I haven't read it yet.
It's 800 years old.
And I'm only 28. What's your point? I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, no. Arthuriana is its own can of worms, and it's filled with tropes, and we can talk about it at some point. But Arthuriana has a lot of very weird tropes, and yes, Arthur, unfortunately, poor guy, ends up being A lucky bastard gets killed by his own bastard, and the ultimate babe in the kingdom, he never gets to smash. So even though it's his wife,
Tragedy.
because this is like, yep, fuck off. He runs away with her boo, never to be seen again. The moment they run away from Camelot, Lancelot and Guinevere don't show up anymore. There's a lot of... Gildas wrote about the exact anti-Saxon wars and named Ambrosius Aurelianus in the 6th century. I mean, I'll send you my freaking... Because my bachelor... My master's thesis is written on Merlin. I touched on the historical sources. I'll send you it and you can read through it and we can split hairs. But let's get back to dragons. Usually I sidetrack at the very end, and we're not at the end, and we're already sidetracking, which makes me think, should I get really comfy?
I was gonna say we need like a counter for every time we're like, all right, let's get back on track.
No, come on. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first podcast. I know how to do this. You wrote something really, really fun. I'm cherry picking what you wrote, in case you haven't noticed.
Oh no, yeah. Oh, I know. Because you read a sentence back, and I'm like, oh God, I wrote that. Why did I write that?
And our lovely Karou writes the following. It's not a true fantasy story without a dragon. You wrote that.
I stand by that.
Flatly, as an
that.
article of faith. It's not a true fantasy story without a dragon, in your opinion.
In my opinion, but yeah, I stand by that.
Plenty of games. Let me finish. Let me cook. As you kids say, let me cook.
Let him cook.
I made an active effort trying to insert some Gen Z slang, okay, so bear with me. So you wrote that flatly as an article of faith. Not a true story, not a true fantasy story without a dragon, in your opinion. But plenty of the games that wrecked you the hardest don't have any dragons near them. Detroit Become Human, lovely game by the way. The Wolf Among Us. Stray Gods. So what is the dragon actually doing in a fantasy story that nothing else does? And be honest now, is it load bearing or is it just a vibe?
All right. I'm gonna think. There's one or two of those examples you might have gotten me. Like Detroit Become Human. Don't get me wrong. I adore that game wholeheartedly. I don't consider that a fantasy game necessarily. Like, that's more sci-fi in my mind personally. I know some people would probably disagree with me on that.
I mean, what, Detroit? Yeah. No, it's sci-fi. Let's be honest.
That feels more like, like AI is trying to take over. Like that's more sci-fi for me. So that one we can forgive the not having a dragon.
The Wolf Among Us is urban fantasy.
It's like, yes, we have the, fairy tale creatures, but they're trying to integrate themselves into this little pocket of, I keep wanting to say New York, but I don't think they ever actually said where it was.
Where Stray Gods where Wolf Among Us happens.
Yeah, because
I think it's New York, because I think
so.
I think Bigsby says at some point he does mention the Bronx or something.
Because I know it's real world adjacent, but it's not like fully Mundy world. Like it's their own little pocket of the Mundy world. So like that one, I can kind of like understand why there's not a dragon, because we're all trying to blend in. We're supposed to have these they call them glamours, I think, where it like hides what they actually look glamours. Like. Yeah. So like that one, I'm like, you're trying to be like, you're trying to fit into the mundane world. I guess we can't really have a dragon, but I do also consider that a fantasy game. So I've kind of it's not the kind of fantasy that I was thinking about when I wrote that sentence. Clearly, like, I think in my mind writing that, I almost called it a paper. It wasn't really a paper. But writing that one
I am
page
not
little,
testing you. You're
it's
not getting
not
a
a
gold
paper.
star at the end.
I know. But no, like when I wrote that little page excerpt, whatever you want to call that, I think my fantasy frame of mind for games was more like, you know, Witcher, Baldur's Gate, Skyrim, Dragon Age, things in more like that traditional, like Lord of the Rings, even like that sort of a fantasy vein. That I wasn't really thinking about kind of like the sub genres of fantasy, if you will, like Wolf Among Us, where it's like that's still fantasy, but it's not quite fantasy in what I was thinking when I wrote it. Um, so I may have to retract my statement to an extent there because Wolf Among Us and Stray Gods are two fantastic games. If y'all have not played them, go fix that. That I do consider fantasy, and they unfortunately do not have dragons. Though Stray Gods has the is it the Minotaur?
Yeah, that's not a dragon by any
I know
stretch
that's
of the
not a
word.
dragon. But
The
there, I was
closest thing
like,
is the Medusa, maybe, because she's got serpents in her hair. That's like vaguely related.
well, I was just trying to think if Stray Gods like had any kind of like mythological creatures like at all, and I was like, well, no, the Minotaur's in there, and there's Medusa, which she's kind of on the line of like not quite human, not quite a creature. You're in the
She's
middle.
a gorgon. She's not human. She's a gorgon.
Oh, okay. So maybe just human-like, human-looking-ish.
Cursed human. It's cursed
Yeah.
human.
But
And
yeah, those
Anjali
are
Bhimani
two.
voices her perfectly. Perfect voice for, and I didn't know Anjali Bhimani had the singing voice.
I know. I need to look up more of like what she's been in because she was fantastic in that.
I'm an Overwatch veteran. That's where I know her from. So.
Oh, I see, and I have not played that at all. But yeah, I might have to partially retract my statement on that one because those are both amazing fantasy-ish games that do not, in fact, have a dragon, but I still consider them fantasy.
Mainly because both of them, no, because I was like thinking as you're talking, I was thinking about it, and mainly because both of them fall under urban fantasy. Mm-hmm. And to my knowledge, in a game, feel free to correct me if you know better. And when I say this to you as well as anyone in chat. The only urban fantasy game that I am aware of that has dragons in it is Shadowrun.
I'm not familiar with that one, actually.
Isometric RPG, not really Baldur's Gate, more like Diablo-esque. Decent play, basically an apocalyptic event, mildly post-apocalyptic, an apocalyptic event shows up, and certain people turn into trolls, certain people turn into dwarves, certain people turn into elves, but it's a fairly modern setting, and it ties the fantasy with the urban very nicely. So you could have techno shamans as a class, or you could have gun totems, and hacking is its own thing. It's a really nice series. It goes on sale a lot because it aged nicely from a graphic standpoint. It aged nicely from a mechanic standpoint. It's a little wonky.
Right.
But the idea, and Shadowrun, like Cyberpunk, like a lot of like game series, stems from a tabletop system. So you have a tabletop system where it could literally be an elf shaman who works at 7-Eleven, who has a very weird relationship with the spirit in his shotgun. That's a valid playable character.
Right.
A high elf wizard police officer with a shotgun and a wand. Yeah.
Valid
character. Valid character in Shadowrun. great series. If you haven't played it, go for it.
Okay.
But
That does sound really cool.
there is a game where only 2 dragons appear in the game, not in the cinematics. Let's address the other elephant in the room.
So many
'Cause we were
elephants, man.
Oh, the elephants. Pink
How do they
elephants
all
on parade,
fit in
because he
here?
mentioned.
There's so many.
My room's like the TARDIS, it's bigger on the inside.
There you go.
You finished the Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode. One party
Many
wipe and the
times,
run's
yep.
over. No reloading your way out, which is genuinely hard, and congratulations, because I struggled to get my piss dice. And Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Game, fuck it. Baldur's Gate 3 is a game where dragons mostly aren't characters at all. They're a stat block, a mount, a piece of fate in history, a thing in a cutscene, and you only fight one once, and that's a maybe. Of everything you actually play, which games have made you feel like a dragon was a person you could have hurt by making the wrong choice, and which ones just put the word on, like slap the label on a boss?
Ooh. Now I'm trying to think if I've ever been like concerned about like hurting a dragon. Cause Skyrim, for the most part, most of the dragons are pretty evil, so you don't really feel bad about. I'm not getting rid of those dragons. They were trying to kill you first. It's fair game. It was self-defense. But Parthenax is a big one. I keep coming back to Parthenax because I adore him. But that was one where I'm like, I can't hurt this dragon. Like if I were to hurt this dragon, I've never actually done it. I have never gone against Parthenax in that game. I will put that on the record. I've never made that choice. Because I don't know if I could. Like, I think that would crush my soul a little if I were to betray Parthenax like that. Because, again, he, was a little misguided initially, and now he's just trying to do the right thing. I can't really fault him for that. Which it's a very Parthenax is a very morally gray, questionable decision in my opinion. Like there's logic to both choices, even if I don't agree with the other side of it. But also I think in Baldur's Gate, I didn't feel bad necessarily with this dragon because I knew I wasn't the one hurting it, but I felt bad that the dragon did feel hurt and betrayed. Was technically not an alive dragon. It was the one below Worm's Rock. I won't get too much into it in case spoilers. That game's fairly newish still. I'll be good. But yeah, so that one I
forgot about that
even.
one. When I said the 2 dragons you meet, I was thinking of the red dragons, because the first one you meet in Act 1, because Voss is riding him, and it shows up, and if you piss him off, he just one-shots you. The second one's the one on top of the Nautiloid. I wasn't thinking of the bone one.
Well, because it's technically not alive anymore. Which, now that I'm talking about it, I think is really interesting that the 2 live dragons in the game, like, they're a vessel, with Voss's, that's his steed, and then there's the one on top of the Nautiloid trying to kill you. Like, they don't really have any personality or depth to them. It's only the dead one that has this, like, whole tragic, like, backstory, and you're like, oh, buddy, like, I feel so bad. Like, this.
Did you ever reach that part with the Dragonborn?
Dragonborn. I'm thinking. I'm trying to read your mind. Okay,
There are some interactions. If you reach the undead dragon as a Dragonborn character.
Okay. That's the one race I don't think I've played yet. I think I've touched on every other race. I do need to play a Dragonborn. But yeah, I didn't think of that. I imagine that has some really cool like
Got a
insights
nice
and
little.
dialogue.
It's got like 2 or 3 lines that are like worth the playthrough.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, kind of like doing the origins where it's like, God, I hate this, but also I get this cool I get this cool insight into your psyche that I didn't have before, and like that's kind of
Another
cool.
dirge run. I think at one
Ah,
point I will do a dirge run where I literally murder everyone. Like no like freaking lone wolf run. I wanted to start one.
damn.
I kind of stopped with it. Like I didn't do a dirge run, it's like normal
Do it.
origin run. But I wanted to do a half work. And it's like half work, we're killing everybody because he's the paladin of I forgot who the orc god of murder is. Like, yeah, fucking murder hobo all the way.
Ooh, half orc would be great on a paladin. I'm totally sidetracking because of the savage attacker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Orcs have that, I think. That would be fantastic. I didn't even think of that. That's a good one. I support this.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Because I was like, I made him a paladin of the orc god of war or something, or orc god of killing. I was like, fuck it, YOLO.
Right? Just all the evil, all the unaliving, all the time.
I sent a stallion flying when I met him. Like, you put the knife to my throat, just boom.
He's one of my lesser favorite companions, so yeah.
I'm in
That's
2 minds about the guy. I like the ascended version a little more because at least he's fucking honest and he grows some balls. So, yeah, I mean,
loses his soul in the process, but at least he's honest.
Yeah, it kind of loses it. I think most characters in their like, if you lean into their like darker sides, darker stories, everybody loses it. Shadowheart loses it kind of both ways. She goes a little culty. It's just which side of the coin she lands on, she turns zealot. In either way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pick on your hubby, but Gail's another one who gets a little weird. I mean, I get being stuck up on your ex, but what the several fucks?
I have a lot of thoughts about that whole, but we're gonna get very sidetracked if I open that can of worms. So we're gonna leave that shut and we're gonna push it, and we're just
talking about holding back. Because every dragon you said you love, is defined by restraint. Okay, Parthenax chose not to be under it. Jackdaw being ferocious only as needed. But restraint only reads as a virtue if the power is real and it genuinely could have gone the other way. So let's say if a dragon that size actually existed and was standing right in front of you, does the misunderstood reading survive contact, or is it a luxury you can only afford behind the screen? Philosophical question time.
Right? We're gonna, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I'm just kidding. I mean, you bring up an interesting point there, because it is easy enough to, have certain opinions on these sorts of things. Like when you're not the one involved, when, you're safe behind the screen or behind the page or behind whatever. But if I were like face to face with that, I think it would still initially be quite terrifying because, we're not talking about like a Mushu-sized dragon from Milan. Like these are very large.
Yeah, like freaking Parthenax.
These are like building-sized freaking, yeah.
Its toe is the size of your torso. Good luck.
Exactly. So I think that initial like panic fear would be kind of hard for me to avoid in that situation, just because again, size of it, big scary looking teeth and talons the size of probably my leg, like it would definitely be hard to fight that panic initially. And I'm trying to think if there's a scenario in which like I would be able to calm down and be like, okay, wait, it's fine. Everything's fine. This dragon's not gonna burn me to a crisp. Like,
Yeah, I
what
piss
do
it
you
off. I turn into
mean?
KFC. Like, yeah, it's fine.
Gotta love that chicken.
It's gonna be KFK, Kentucky Fried Karou.
Oh no, not the Karoo.
Gonna be Karou.
But yeah, I think if I were faced with that situation in real life, like maybe if like the dragon were just sleeping or something, I might be able to just be okay and calmly, go about life. Don't piss off the dragon. Do what you gotta do. But yeah, if it's just awake and towering over me, staring at, I would.
If the Hogwarts crest told us anything, nu Draco. Let me see if I remember it off the top of my head. Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus. Never tickle a sleeping dragon.
Impressive. That was.
I'm an encyclopedia of useless trivia. Hard to get the job, very fun at parties. That's what I can say.
Ugh, I cannot relate on that front. Someone invited me to trivia the other night, and I was like, "Oh, hard pass. That's not where my skill set lies."
I'm banned from I'm banned
knowledge.
from pub quizzes in certain places because they're like, yeah, no, if you want to help us write the questions, but
Oh, because you're too good. You're too good at the trivia. Damn.
I'm an encyclopedia of useless knowledge. I was a kid. I was a chubby kid that was socially awkward, didn't have a lot of friends, and who discovered that he can read on the computer, and that was one of my life's breakthroughs.
I mean, there you go. But yeah, I think it's easier for me to have that kind of opinion when it's safely behind the screen and or page and or what have you.
I mean, you're talking to the guy who has a clinical phobia of dogs. Phobia. And
You like your nephew okay-ish?
And I'm not no. Hear me out, it gets even deeper. So I've got the clinical phobia of dogs. I can't be around dogs. Like fight or flight kicks in, it turns nasty. I will literally defy physics and run up the walls. Even if it's a chihuahua. I know I'm a freaking almost 6 foot tall, 90 kilos, which is like 180 pounds motherfucker built like a brick shithouse.
But
And
also chihuahuas are assholes, okay? Like, I'm scared of chihuahuas.
yeah,
Those
but a
little
chihuahua
shitheads are
compared to me is a
vicious.
handful. And I don't get along with other pets as usual. I've got this very dark joke that the only place I like my animals is on my plate.
Can't relate, but I like the joke. I like the joke.
A corgi barks at him, he jumps 2 cars. Yeah. And HD was there to see it. Not my proudest moment, but we're being open, so why not? So I don't particularly like any other animals. Cats tend to hate me. I don't get along with other animals. I just keep a safe distance for anything. Or like some friends back home used to say, I don't touch any animal that walks on 4 legs sober.
Okay.
My default class in D&D, Druid. My default Vampire the Masquerade clan, Gangrel. Shapeshifting, having animal companions, turning into animals, one of my favorite things and one of my favorite tropes. To a point in which I genuinely got excited for Diablo 3 because they let us play a druid. And I played my first Baldur's Gate. No, technically my second Baldur's Gate playthrough was the druid playthrough. Because I needed to. I saw Dirge, and the evil in me is stronger than the druid in me. So we're slightly different people as gamers because it lets us explore and deal with things which we would not normally explore in real life.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Uh, not to dox, but his answered IRL username is animal. But yeah, my nickname is literally Lupu. My friends call me Lupu. Lupu is the Romanian word for wolf. It's not
Oh.
doxing, it's a nickname. Yeah, that's why I have a
Yeah.
lot of wolf stuff around me.
Just don't dox the actual name, and you're fine.
I mean, I've said my name on stream. I just don't answer it because nobody calls me that except a very, very small number of people. But yeah, no, the ironic part is that most of my English-speaking friends call me Lupu, and most of my Romanian friends call me Wolf or any derivation of the term. So it's Wolf, Wolfgang, Wolfric, Wolfman, Wolf something. And HD calls me Wolf in chat all the time. If I need to actually pay attention to something, he calls me Wolf, and something clicks in my head.
See,
yeah, it's
that's cool though. Like, I like Wolf. My friends just make South Park jokes at me. That's not as cool.
and we know, been there, done that. Got the t-shirt, not doxing your name, but yeah, Knight calls me Bardo. But I meant people who know me IRL, who've known me for a while.
Bardo. I like that.
Let's hit Karou where it hurts. The mandatory thirst question. But I'll ask it seriously. There's a good chunk of your channel.
This is gonna be fun.
A good chunk of your channel is built on it. Okay, hot NPCs, horny
unintentionally,
jail,
but yeah.
horny jail. And one of your FAQ questions in your about profile says, "Why are you crying over a video gamer? Because have you seen their backstory?" Which is funny, but also, let's be real for a second. What is it about a well-written fictional character that gets past the defenses that real people don't get past? And why do you think people are still embarrassed about admitting it?
Like, get past like emotional defenses, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Make me feel things?
The feels.
I mean, we've talked about this a couple times now, where it's a lot easier to execute that kind of thing in a video game than real life. And we've said it about many different topics at this point. But I feel like it also fits here to an extent. Like, I feel like in a piece of fiction, whether it's a story or like a book, movie, video game, whatever, you can go to like a really, really, really dark place with like that character's like their backstory or their trauma or whatever they've been through.
Me and half of my Steam achievements.
and like still manage to like bring it back into a light that like we can admire in a sense, and we can relate to and be like, wow, this is like this amazing, incredible thing. Because you're devoting, depending on the video game, tens, maybe hundreds of hours to this story and whatever experience they've gone through. And I think in real life, we don't, like, if we come across people with like similar, I'm not going to say similar backstories, but maybe similar levels of tragedy in their lives.
Have you met a lot of people who got their village pillaged?
I have not, but we don't really have a lot of villages out here.
This is America.
I feel like as humans, we don't necessarily take that time with people in real life to like really get into their backstory and see it in a more like, inspiring light, the way we will with a video game. Like, again, tens or hundreds of hours are going into a video game. I don't know that we're necessarily putting tens or hundreds of hours into all people in our lives that have these like same tragic things in their lives. So like I think it then comes down to like, does it not get to me as much in real life, like just because it doesn't strike the same chord that a video game or a book will? Or is it more just like, I'm not necessarily taking that time in real life to kind of see that same emotional depth in people.
Or do you have a thing for sad boys? With tragic backstories.
Okay, don't spoil Blackwall. I've heard it's sad and I don't know why, and I'm scared.
I haven't played Inquisition.
Okay, good.
90% of my Inquisition knowledge comes from Fish.
Oh, I know. Fish and Knight keep hinting at it. They won't spoil it, obviously. They wouldn't do that to me, but they keep hinting and they're like, oh, you're
Gil's
in
a bit
for
of a
it.
sad boy. Come on, Gil's a bit of a sad boy too, okay? Like, crazy ex, won't let go.
Got a little bit groomed there, but you know.
Just a little. Just come on. Mistra, the ultimate sugar mom. The sugar mommy of the gods.
I mean, I just think like I don't know about men in other countries. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna speak to men in other countries. I don't know those well at all. But like a lot of American men, there's very much the like, there's the machismo, there's the toughness, there's like I can't show emotion. Like that's so feminine. That's so yeah. Like they're not willing to show like any kind of emotional depth because that's seen as weak. Like you're seen as a weak man if you show any kind of emotional depth. And I think that's part of what does draw me to the sad boys. Not necessarily because they're sad, but it's like, oh, you're actually showing this emotional vulnerability and depth that in my American society, like men are trained not to do, and it's refreshing. And like, you know, we love emotional depth, okay?
Yeah, and that's a can of worms about like white guys end up toughening up. Sometimes it's a culture. Like, keep in mind, I come from Eastern Europe, a very Slavic culture about like men are supposed to drink, bring home the bacon. We do have some very dark folk wisdom about certain things, and it's borderline breaking TOS. I'll save them for the end when we go off air, and I'll tell you a couple of stories. But I could also be a dick and say get enough crazy exes, you start being sheltered as a guy. You start being a little cautious with showing your feelings.
I've got my own different X trauma, but X trauma. So yeah, I get that.
Not that kind of podcast.
Not that kind of podcast.
But basically, what you're saying is because you see the character in more like vulnerable settings and like more humanizing settings, it's easier to empathize with them. Not about the fact like that my village got raised by dragons. Like, oh, same.
Right? Like, I don't know. Like, I think, you know, having such complex emotions is like part of what makes us human. And so when like people like just guard it so tightly and you just never see any emotional depth to them, I'm like, what's the point? Like, is this actually making you feel better at all or feel anything for that matter?
I mean, I'll let you in on a little secret. That's one of the reasons why I have this podcast, and I kind of do it like this because I wanted to nerd out on history and lore and stuff like that with fellow nerds, because nerds gonna nerd. Mm-hmm. But it's also nice for people to see the person behind the streamer, because I feel like we go live, we don't necessarily build a persona. Most of us don't, hopefully, fingers crossed. But like our communities see like a side of us. The gamer, the entertainer, the musician in certain cases. They see a side of us, but there are hobbies we will probably never get to showcase because it doesn't get brought up in games.
Right.
Like, okay, I play mostly, like, to be fair, I cater my gaming log, so I play medieval and fantasy games, and I was in a chat last night with Wildpaw and a couple of other people, and I said that I'm a big Cyberpunk fan. I love Cyberpunk. Judy is wifey. Sadly, she's gay in the game, but Judy is wifey. I will never play Cyberpunk on stream. Even though I have like
Oh, okay.
200 hours in Cyberpunk. I love the game. I love the cities. I like Mike Pondsmith, the writer of the tabletop and one of the developers. Lovely guy, great guy. Listen to his interviews. He's a gem and a good positive force in the gaming community as a whole.
Mhm.
And I respect him. And CDPR is one of my favorite developers, mainly because they're the people behind The Witcher. But I will never play that on stream. And people won't see the shooter gamer in me or the sci-fi nerd in me, because I kind of catered my channel towards medieval and fantasy, because I'm a medieval historian and I like to make it everybody's problem. So that's why it's nice to see. Sometimes it's nice to see the person behind the streamer. That's why I don't want to have. I want to focus on one, maybe two guests at one point, but not have like freaking
Right.
Saturday Night Live 10 people. It's like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that's too much.
It's also why I'm a little guarded when it comes to collabs. Like, I don't blame people who do collabs, but and our what's the word I'm looking for? Goblin Cleanup collab was fun.
Yeah.
But I crashed after it. It felt like freaking cardio. Because keeping up with 3 people chatting and chat, and like the other streamer, way too much of like, okay. And as a viewer, it's not really my thing, because you tend to focus on the people you're playing with more than with chat, because you're a gamer before you're a streamer, and your gamer instincts kind of kick in and be like, no, let's sync with our team so we actually do something, instead of let's focus on chat, you know?
Yeah,
that was
I
a
think
streamer tangent.
we like our tangents, Koga. We're yappers. We love our tangents.
I mean, I knew what I got myself into.
I think for me personally with collabs, like, it depends on who the collab's with and also what the game is. Because I feel like what game you're doing a collab on can like really change that like attention level. Because if I'm like, not that I ever play shooters, dear God. But if I were doing a collab on like a shooting game, like, yeah, I gotta focus. I suck at shooting. Like, chat, I love chat, but like, I'm not gonna be the most attentive because I'm trying to do the shooting and all that stuff. Whereas if it were a more like lax game, like even Goblin Cleanup was a pretty lax one in my opinion. We were able to kind of just
because you were
relax
busy chasing people with a
extent.
mimic, while some of us were actually trying to fulfill the freaking requirements.
I was told that I had to eat all of you with the mimic. I was given instructions. I follow instructions, okay? But yeah, like games like that, or like if you want to go even more relaxed, like Stardew Valley kind of shiz, like I feel like those are easier to do a collab with because the gameplay itself is not super like intense, rigorous. I have to focus or otherwise we're gonna die. So like games like that, I don't necessarily mind the collabs as much because
they made a game that launched like a week or two ago, which is basically Goth Kid Stardew Valley. I forgot what it's called. I have it on my wish list and on Steam. It's basically, yeah, you're a vampire. You grow blood grapes. It's like what's it called? I need to look it up because it's gonna bug me. But it's basically Goth Kid Stardew Valley.
I think I have heard of this. Yeah, I watched
someone
was playing it the other day.
I saw Shika play it, and it's really fun. I like that Death shows up in full death robes and a Hawaiian shirt. I was like, I need that in my life.
Right? It's Stardew Valley, but it's goth.
It's Stardew Valley for edgy boys.
Exactly.
What's the freaking name of it? My Steam wish list requires a lot of Moonlight Peaks. It's called Moonlight Peaks. It's about $50.
Yeah. It looks cute.
It's super cutesy and it's super tongue-in-cheek and super wholesome. But it's basically Goth Boy. Present company excluded if you're still in chat, Goth Boy. But it's basically Goth Boy. Goth Boy Stardew Valley. And I do spot someone behind you talking about addressing people in there. Because for the few people in chat who might not know, you do have a mascot, which is Cinder. who shows up in your chat, keeps a horde like any good dragon, and also roasts people in chat.
Question.
But
True.
you
Usually
did
me.
not-
Usually me.
I mean, I got roasted by Cinder a few times, but I pushed my luck, so. You did not choose to be a chaos dragon.
No.
But you absolutely picked Cinder. So what does having a dragon that isn't you let you do that being a dragon doesn't? I'm getting into the philosophical stuff.
I know there's so much like, I really gotta think about it.
I'm a bard. I can words good.
We like the words. I think with Cinder, like at first it started with just like, oh well, it would be nice to have like the bot account sort of thing. But then I almost got storyteller with it, but not really. Where I was like, okay, what if like Cinder was like the snarkier, like really sassy, more brutal parts of like my personality, like funneled
because
into
you're not
like
snarky and sassy and bratty at all. No, you're a freaking cinnamon roll. Come on.
Okay, I'm a brat, 100%. I'm not even gonna pretend that one's not true. I am absolutely a brat. But like I think you were talking earlier about how like streamers sometimes put on like kind of a persona, which I kind of do, but not really. Just in the sense that like I feel like my personality on stream is still me, but just dialed up to 11, like for the purposes of being more entertaining. But like it still feels like me, just the more extroverted, friendly version, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the question that Waki dropped in chat, and I'm thinking is like, yeah, it's the version of having a bad dragon on stream without breaking TOS. If you know, you know.
Would you like to hear a really funny story?
That's what I'm here for.
That is related to the question, I promise. I did not know what bad dragon was until
you sweet summer child.
year and a half ago.
You
no,
sweet
really,
summer child.
I literally, someone brought it up in my Twitch chat once. And I didn't know what it was. I was like, what is bad dragon? And they were like, look it up. They didn't specify that I shouldn't do it on stream. So I'm on screen share because I was already on screen share when the question came up, and I started typing it and I almost clicked the link, and then someone in chat was like, turn your screen off, like don't do it. And I was still confused because I still had no context to what this was. So I'm like, you guys free, but okay, I'll turn the display capture off, like whatever. And then I pulled open the link and then I was like, oh, I understand now why you guys panicked so badly that I almost pulled this up live on Twitch.
I've seen worse things happen. Because I'm not gonna name names, but I will say I know a streamer who did this even worse. She didn't pull up the link to the bad dragon. She forgot she had hers behind her.
Oh no!
She was the only person who didn't notice. I can tell you, all of her chat noticed because it was mostly guys. And we kind of told her, you might want to do a little, like, get to your BRB screen, do a little, like, 360 around you. Like, what? There's something big and green that breaks TOS. She turned crimson. Like, we know a lot of you...
Even more than me?
No. You turned magenta. She turned crimson. She went cherry. In a flash. Went to
I
her
probably
BRB
would
screen,
too.
hid the evidence, probably stuck her head under the water. Just like refresh, just like, bring the blood down. And we moved on. And luckily and smartly of her, she made sure nobody clipped it and she deleted the VOD so it's safe.
Exactly.
It can be worse. It can be worse.
I see this now.
Yeah, pulling like I know basic internet safety is don't click on random links, don't share your screen if you're not sure what you're clicking.
I know that now.
Yeah, also it's always the sweetest, nicest, most wholesome girls that hide the weirdest things in their rooms, but will not. I'm not profiling or something.
Okay, I had to make sure things were out of eyeshot. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I mean, you don't know what I'm hiding behind here.
You don't know what I'm hiding behind here.
Click everything and share all the screens. No.
HD, no.
And but back
That's
to
how
the
you
Greek.
get virus is HD.
Yes. Tell HD, the internet security engineer, that clicking random links is bad. Yes, we have Butty in the closet because I was doing some cleanup and we have Butty in the closet. He went back to the closet. I only take him out for pride.
Aw.
But back to the Greek dragon for a second. So the Greek dragon, as we've established, his whole job is to sit on something precious and not sleep ever. I can empathize with that.
Gotta watch, yeah.
And you describe your channel as a place for weirdos, introverts, the overfeelers. Some people can unravel with no pressure and no performance. You wrote, "You're safe here." That is not the chaos half of Chaos Dragon. That's the Guardian half. So, which one's actually doing the work?
I think they're both important aspects of it because, like, obviously, like, you want the guardian part of it. Like, you want your chat to feel like your stream is a safe place to an extent. Not necessarily trauma dumping unless that's the vibe of your stream and you're okay with that, but like I feel like you want your stream to be a safe place, like for your viewers to be able to hang out, to chat with you, to, you know, talk with you about whatever game you're playing or craft you're making or whatever. Um and I've been in chats where like I didn't have that kind of like security safety and I like felt maybe not unsafe, but like uneasy, uncomfortable. And it's just like what's the point in my opinion? Like we're all here to just kind of hang out.
It depends because everybody. So we do have, and this ties into the very long chat I had yesterday, which was supposed to be a 10-minute chat turned into 5-hour rants. I was supposed to meet some friends. I was a little late. Let's just leave it like that.
So we've
No, because when I want to say something, I want to finish take my thought to its completion. But one of the main reasons why, it's one of my pet peeves when I see people using safe space as a tag. Like, Twitch as a whole should be safe. It's just me.
Yeah.
I'm a weirdo, and
it's sad that
for
it's
example,
not, but yeah.
Yeah, in my this is the mod in me talking. Like, mods, step up. If a chat's not a safe place, and if the streamer's the first person who starts feeling unsafe, what the fuck are you doing? But I'm a very ban happy mod, as Jinx could probably attest. No, I didn't. I only banned two people in her chat in 1 year of modding, so that was a good way. I did time out night once just to prove a point, but it's another story. He's like, I'm a mod. Nah, I was like, I'm a mod now. You can't do anything to me. It's like, and I proved to him that the hammer is mightier than the sword.
And yup.
I'm a petty little bitch deep down inside. So Ranting about the paramount safety of streamers. No, but that's why I said, that's why my rules, I'm one of the few streamers I know, and this is, yes, I'll probably break my back if I keep kissing my own ass, but I'm one of the few streamers I know who isn't bothered by people bringing up politics or religion or sensitive topics. As long as we keep it like discuss events and ideas and we don't start pointing fingers at people and calling people names, we're good. And I don't like the whole safe space things, like stuff like that. Like, go for it. I am a person that is very easy to take off. I run on a very short fuse. I am borderline impossible to offend. Genuinely offend. Like, you need to know me to a certain extent, and you need to make an active effort to genuinely offend me.
Right.
Oh, I'll fucking burn your house down and roast marshmallows if you do. But good luck trying. Good luck trying to do that.
Right.
Like, you take me off. Yeah, fuck it. I'll time you out, or I'll tell you off, or worst case scenario, I'll ban you from chat and probably never see you again. I only banned 2 people in my chat in my more than 1 year of streaming now. I only banned 2 people in my chat. And one person I banned, I was genuinely sorry for, and I actually messaged him. So one person I banned because he was literally a scammer, a smart scammer, but still a scammer. And I banned him with my own 2 hands. And another one who was a lovely guy who came in, a lovely Russian guy, came in while I was playing Black Book, who was really chatty and nice and knowledgeable about the myth and everything. I had one problem with him. He was 15. And I literally banned him, messaged him, and I said, come back in 3 years. Nothing personal. Come back in 3 years.
Yeah.
I said, I will personally, publicly unban you on stream the day you turn 18. Or 3 years from the moment I banned you, just to be sure.
Right? Start the countdown, y'all.
Like, you have trackers. Like, but yeah, everybody, and one thing that people don't understand, this is a pet peeve. Streaming is not a democracy. Streaming is not a fucking democracy. The streamer rules, streamer has last say. Okay? Like, okay, the mods can be nice with you, and the streamer might not like you, or the mods might like you and step in and like, just tell the streamer, nah, he's having an off day, just like don't take it personally. But streaming is not a democracy. I tell off my mods. I timed out my mods. Because sometimes I need to like bring the hammer down. But we're all protective. We're all like protective little dragons, and we all care about our communities of weird and wonderful people. But sometimes it's nice to just like let the flames roll a little, just like growl a little at people, just to know that.
Oh yeah, like I mean, when it comes to like stuff with my stream, like if I have a chatter getting weird with me, like I'm to an extent, like I'm not gonna like, it's not gonna be an insta ban. Like I can take it to an extent until like you really push a line, and then it's like, okay, ban hammer, you are out of here. But I'm a lot more protective chat. Like
it's also you get your regulars. Yeah, you get your regulars, you get your VIPs, you get your mods. You like. I was joking last night and saying that the moment I slap a VIP badge on you, you get a walk on. You will eventually get the coat of arms when I get back, because I owe a couple of people coats of arms. And you also get a 10% bullshit tolerance added to that. So I will take jabs from my VIPs or from my mods that I won't take from my regulars. And I will definitely not take from a random chatter. Someone pops in and starts making fun of certain things. It's like, no, off me, you fuck. Spoop. You pick on any of my mods, first of all, good luck, because I know who I did not put nice people as mods. I put people that know me and that I trust.
Mm-hmm.
To a certain extent. I was very picky about picking my mods. Like, this is a whole different can of worms of how do we pick our mods. But 2 out of my 3 mods have known me in real life for at least 15 years.
Dang.
One of them's next door, like HD's. Yeah, fair enough. He's one of my oldest and best friends. I've been living in the same house with this guy for 8 years. We're 6 feet apart. If push comes to shove, I've got my tech support next door. And also because we speak a lot of languages. Yeah, okay, 99% of my stream is in English, but we can slip into French, Italian, or Romanian at any given point.
Right.
And my mods can cover that. But I've got no problems with people saying that they're streaming in my chat. Don't be that dick that goes like, oh, I'm live now, come see me instead. Like, no, that's gonna get you more than a ban. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. I don't want people saying that they're streamers or something like that. Like, I don't have any rules against self-promo. Well, self-promo is hard to define.
Yeah, I think that's a delicate issue because there's some forms of like self-promo that don't necessarily bother me the way they do other people, but then there's some where I'm like, all right, this is a bit of a line for me, you're crossing it, like that's a bit much. You've gone a little far with it.
That's what I've said. That's what I've seen lots of people draw the line. So the way I do it when I pop into a chat, if like the discussion goes there, or I want to drop a subtle hint, my most subtle hint, and feel free to grab this, is the subtle nod to tell a streamer that you're a streamer as well, but not like just say it outright, is when they complain about something, or say, stream's a little buggy, so yeah, I just dropped the hint. Yes, OBS hates us all. Most people catch on to that. Some don't. I'm not pushing it. Some people ask, oh, are you a streamer as well? Yes. But, and I'm okay with that. And I'm okay with people saying, like, if I ask someone that's new or something comes up and say, oh, I do this in my stream. Okay, fair enough. I didn't know you're a streamer. I'm fine with it. I'm not going to freaking ban you because you said, this is what I do in my stream. Even if you're a first-time chatter, perfectly okay with it. If you come into my stream and be like, oh, this place kind of shit, come to my stream instead. I'm live now. I'm playing the super cool game. I will fucking end you. I'm Slavic. We don't do half measures. I will fucking end you.
Right. Yeah, or one that always gets me is when someone like pops into, and it can be someone you've known a while, or it can be someone brand new, whoever. It bothers me a little regardless of who does it, but like when someone pops into your chat and they're like, lurk, because I'm about to go live. And I'm like, why? Like, why did you need to put that in my chat?
Like I said, I do it sometimes, but I don't say it outright. Like, the streamer knows that if we have overlapping stream times, it's like, lurk, I'm busy, or if the only thing I say in your chat is lurk, I'm either in a work call or live myself.
Oh yeah, no, I'm more talking to people that are outright just like, lurk, because I'm about to go live. I'm like, don't do that. Like, why would you do that?
I had to call out a single person, and I know she didn't do it out of malice.
Oh no.
I'll tell you in private who that is, because a mutual acquaintance.
Okay.
Didn't do it out of malice. Like, honest mistake, because that's another thing, the intent behind it as well. Like, if you do it to self-promo, I'll fucking end you. If you do it by accident, my main pet peeve, we don't have a Twitch streamer etiquette page anymore. And it kills me. Because how are new streamers supposed to learn like certain things? Because I went to a lot of meetups. I talked to like 50, 60, 70 different streamers face to face. I've learned from them. But if you're a homebody, or you don't have meetups next to your place, or you can't afford to go to a TwitchCon, or you don't hang out with streamers who are very open about about
Yeah.
like etiquette and stuff like that, and be like open. It's like ask me anything. I was lucky to when I started watching Twitch, because I said that I spent a month as a lurker, another month as a chatter, another month as a mod, and then I actually pressed go live. So I keep people to a certain standard because I've been there.
Da-na-na.
Are we good?
I'm refreshing yours now.
Like I can hear you now, at least. We back? Okay.
I
Sorry
think we're
about
back.
that. Sorry about that.
Dance break.
Yeah, no.
It happens to the best of us.
Our internet got a little fucky, but HD was on it. Cheers.
Ooh, HD.
Yeah, no, it killed my stream. Like, this is the joy of British internet. Off me, they fuck. We want minute to switch lines. No worries, man. We're back. It's fine. It's still gonna go into the same VOD. Still gonna get into the same VOD. I'm gonna run into ads again because it was long enough, but hopefully I don't have to paste the VODs together.
We were mid-tangent. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like, this was out of my hands. This was my internet provider. Completely out of my hands.
It always sucks when it's internet because it's like this is completely out of my control. I can't fix this at all. Like,
I mean, I did once when I was at my mom's back in Romania, but it cost me dearly. I turned up my mobile data. I turned my phone into a hotspot, connected the laptop, went back live.
Oh shit!
Cost me like $40. So I'm not
doing
that again. Not doing that again.
Absolutely not.
But I feel a little. We'll save the streaming rants for the end. But I take a great. I can't say I take pride, but I make a point out of raiding out every single time. 2 times since I've been live where I couldn't raid out. Both times my internet connection or OBS literally crippled my stream and crashed my computer.
Damn.
Those were the 2 times where I couldn't raid out. But that's like 2 out of 300-ish streams? I think I'm good. Good.
Yeah, that's like those aren't bad numbers at all.
Yeah, but no, it kills me when people are like, now we're going off. Bonk. Like, why? Like, I get it when you're starting off and you don't know streamers and you're reluctant to raid and you're raiding you're raiding by yourself or you're raiding with like 2 people. Like, I get it. Because you also have the big streamers who I know the big streamers is not fine, but expected to like not acknowledge smaller raids. But when you've got like 5 people in your chat, someone raids in with like 10,
right?
Like, welcome raiders. Anyway, get back. There's this thing on TikTok now that you know about those 2 streamers.
I think so. I've seen one that like I don't know if it was viral per se, but it was like circulating TikTok. I don't know how many times because I scrolled past it like 6 times. The same like raid reaction clip, and it was horrendous.
I'm sidetracking just to let the ads run as well. So this is a purposeful sidetrack. But yeah, no. If you've got like 5 people in your chat and someone raids in with 2 people, and like not acknowledging a raid is bad enough. Making fun of a raid is a capital sin.
Okay, we have seen the same exact one. That was horrendous. I could not believe that girl. Like, they chose you to raid their community too, and you're gonna act like that?
Yeah, and it goes to show you that okay. Fair enough. Sometimes you're not gonna raid with a lot of people. sometimes you're not gonna raid with a lot of people. Like, honestly, I'm looking at myself. I don't mind. I know a lot. Big taboo and big faux pas. Don't talk numbers. Like, fuck it. I don't care. I'm used to raiding in the single digits. On average, I raid with like 5 or 6 people, which is fine. And I tend to raid, like they say, oh yeah, you should raid down or raid sideways. Like, sometimes you can't. Like, I don't know a lot of people and I'm squeamish to raid new people. Like, okay, I'll take recommendations from chat sometimes. And I will look in the same category, but I'm not this diehard. No, we only raid in our own category. I play obscure games. Sometimes I'm the only person on Twitch streaming that game at that time. What am I gonna fucking do?
Yeah.
And sometimes like I do music streams. I raid people who don't do music, like who might be musicians but might not be streaming music at that time because they're good musicians. Or I raid friends that are online because they're good streamers and I know my community would enjoy them. But being like, nah, fuck it, nah, we're not raiding. Nah, fine. Why? Like, because it's a nice thing to do, and maybe you've got people popping in your chat who just sat down to chill out for an evening and they want to watch something, and you're like out in 10 minutes. Like, yeah, they could find another streamer, but maybe you show them someone who is nice.
Yeah, like in my mind, a raid for the most part like benefits everyone involved. Like, it can benefit everyone involved. Like, you're showing your community potentially a new streamer that they might not have picked, but maybe they'll fall in love with. Like, who knows? The person you're raiding, like, you're giving them your viewers for a bit and they might, get some follows from that and build more of a community. Who knows? And then for you, potentially the same thing. Like, some of the people that were already in that channel might come to you and be like, oh, you rated the person I like, so maybe you're cool. Like, it theoretically is going to benefit everyone involved. Like, why would you not?
Because most of the people I met through raiding, like, because I like to stick around for raids. I give people
I met my wife through a raid.
I mean, if people don't know the context, this joke lands even better, so don't clarify. Don't contextualize. If you know, you know.
I wasn't gonna. Knight, if you're in chat, don't spoil it. Just shush. Hush.
But no, I'm thinking because I know who I know because of who, basically. So I know Fish.
Knight, no. Bad Knight.
I know you have no power here. I know Fish because Rokhara raided into her, and then I know you because Fish raided into you, and I know Knight because you raided into Knights. And it's like I met a lot of people through raids because I've got a simple rule. When I'm part of a raid, when I'm not raiding out, I've got different rules when I'm like raiding out myself. But I've got a simple rule. I'll give you 10 minutes. Usually common knowledge and like common wisdom says, nah, when someone raids in, you've got 30 seconds to convince them. It takes me a while to get an idea. So I'll stick around for 10 minutes. If you seem fun. Even more so if you've got anonymous follows, which is something that I think which should be mandatory, but meh.
Yes.
It's a question of taste. In my opinion, it should be mandatory. Like, it's nice to get the thank you message, but don't call people out because some people just follow you and just move on. Yeah, I'll give it 10 minutes. If you're fun, if you seem fun, if I like the game you're playing, if I like the way you're interacting with chat, drop your follow. Because I know we like to say follows are free. Follows are also capped. They're capped at 2,000, but they're capped. You can't follow everyone on Twitch. You could be the nicest person out there. You can't follow everybody on Twitch. It's good reasoning for that. And don't I've started unfollowing people recently, but usually if I follow you, I'll stick around. I'll pop into your chat. I'll see there are streamers who I used to be took me forever to start chatting in their chats.
Right.
And my worst, like the worst thing I did this almost involuntarily. You know Gigi, right? Gigi Bubbles.
Yeah.
Gigi used to go live the moment I woke up, or she was like 10 or 15 minutes into her stream. So I dropped a lurk. And started doing work. And I was okay because she was playing a lot of Baldur's Gate.
Right.
And I was looking into I was watching her stream, just like answering an email, which sometimes listening and sometimes just having the tab muted. It took me a 50 stream streak and about 100,000 channel points in her chat before I said hi.
Oh my god, that's impressive.
She freaking lost it. Because what she saw was, you know, when I say hi, I say hello, hello. Hello, hello. The next message was 50 stream watch streak. Did you like, excuse me? What?
What do you
How?
mean? You're a first-time chatter.
Yeah. How are you a first-time chatter with the 50 stream watch streak? It's like, because I'm normally busy in the mornings when you go live. I mean, you're fun to watch. I can't chat because I've got my boss talking in my ear. Can't exactly interact, you know? Like priorities.
Okay, that is.
I like being friendly. I like also earning a wage, you know?
Oh, that's crazy.
But yeah, no, it's happened to me. It's a lot of chat where I don't chat because sometimes, like, don't get me wrong, with Gigi was right person, wrong time. There are chats in which I lurk because I don't like is a strong word. I don't get along with the community. I like the streamer.
Okay.
I like what they're playing. I like their style. Don't vibe with their community. There are streams in which I have, it's not that I dislike the streamer, but I have more fun interacting with their community than actually watching the streamer. Not because they're a bad streamer, not because I don't like them as the streamer, but maybe they're playing a game I don't particularly care to see.
Yeah.
It's a very personal thing. Like, why would you, like, you could take 3 people out of your community and ask them why they watch you, and you'd get 3 radically different answers that some of them might surprise you.
Right.
I have people telling me, oh, I pop on your music streams on Wednesday because it helps me relax when I start my work days. Like, me swearing and belting off traditional songs helps you relax? Have you considered therapy?
So, I had a similar comment once during a stream of the co-op game Repo. So I was like screaming my head off at monsters, and I was like, this is relaxing? Like, what? Really? Huh.
I mean, curious, what did you play? What did you play when I started? First time I actually hung out in your stream, you were playing Backbook.
Was it really?
Yeah, you were playing Black Book. The first time I actually hung out, like made an active effort to actually hang out. And I'll admit, it's like, oh yes, American girl playing a freaking Russian song. She's gonna murder those pronunciations. I was like waiting on it. I was like just like hunched over the keyboard. I was like, she's gonna mess this up. I'm gonna hear America.
I definitely messed up a couple of them, or like, again, you always call me out on this. Sometimes I stress the wrong syllable, but I did okay-ish.
Because you're not familiar with the phonetics of a language. You can't know if there are 300 languages out there. You can't know all of them.
Yeah.
But you are at the very start. You are at the very start, and you got your first. So, okay, I'm not spoiling anything.
No.
The Black Book has various little lore tidbits, and the lore tidbits have the name of the Russian. The Russian legends called the Bailichka. Small ballad. Bailichka. And Karou was like, we're doing this. Like, okay, we killed the boss and we got the Bailichka. And just like rolls off your tongue. Is like, excuse, hold the phone. What?
Back up.
Say that again.
You're American.
Like, say you're Americaning wrong. You're Americaning wrong. Say that again. Then you say, yeah, okay, and we'll add this cards to our Zagover. Like, no, Zagover. It's like Zagover. Really? With the like the dark O? Like that's not even saying things right. That's a fucking skill. To be able to like do that O from the back of your throat.
See, I can do that O pretty well. I cannot roll my R's to save my life.
I mean, depends. There are words that I still can't say to this day without like making an active effort, and it hurts my jaw. For the longest time, friends of mine thought that one of my favorite Shakespeare's plays is called The Taming of the Shrew, because I need to make an active effort to roll my R and say shrew.
Shrew. Shrew.
So it ended up being The Taming of the Shoe. Slightly different story there. Anyway, circling back, because I do have... We'll be ranting about streaming and other things as well. Congrats on claiming Primus again, Jinx.
Woo, woo, woo. Oh, wait.
I mean, technically it's a second
brew.
stream. Yeah, technically it's a second stream. Because fuck Virgin Internet. So feel free to grab your brews. My at this point, it's my traditional ending question. We still have questions from the socials, but this is the last official question, so I can close this document.
This is the last one that you wrote.
Yeah, this is the last one that I wrote.
Okay.
And it kind of became my trope. This is the final question. If you could erase one stubborn misconception about dragons from pop culture tomorrow and replace it with one true thing you wish people understood, what would that be?
Oh no! I only get to pick one? I mean, oh god. If I only get to pick one from like
Cheer 100.
We've been talking about this today. I mean, I feel like we've circled back to this one enough times. This probably should be the answer, but like just that idea
I appreciate the fireball, goth boy.
Back your ball. Now that song's stuck in my head. Probably the idea that like dragons aren't always the like heartless, evil villain of the story. Like they can be, but like most things in life, it's not always super black and white. They can be that. They can be something else. And we need to embody the was it the I'm gonna misremember which country it was you said, and then I'm gonna feel horrible. Were we talking about the Slavic dragons earlier?
Serbian, yeah,
And
Slavic in the general cultural context, but the Smey are the Serbian dragons.
I tried my best. And how like you guys don't see them as like, oh, they're always this evil, horrible thing, because sometimes they're not. So we need to take a page out of y'all's playbook, so to speak. So I guess I'm gonna go with that, because I will die on this hill. They are not always evil. They can be, but not always.
Fair enough. And now we're starting with the questions from chat, which are gonna get even more unhinged. And I think we can start off.
I was gonna say I don't trust chat's question.
Oh, you don't know what is going on the socials. Like chat, you can see. You don't see the shit I had to pick up from Instagram and the other places. Because I asked people, put the questions in the Discord thread. Nobody says a word. Drop the questions on Instagram.
Good.
Nope. Start freaking DMing me.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid your Discord thread only because I was like, on the off chance someone does post one of the questions there, I don't want to see it ahead of time. Like, I want to go in and give genuine.
So let's start with the first one in here. That did you watch American Dragon? Question from Waki.
American Dragon?
Yeah. I think it was on Nickelodeon over there.
The name sounds really familiar, but I don't. Jake. Okay, I might have. Thank you for the context, Jinx. That did help. I might have seen a couple episodes of it, but probably not like a start to finish watch through. No, I don't think so. I should though. That one looked cool, actually. I just didn't have Nickelodeon growing up because we were poor, so we had basic, antenna TV, which did not include Nickelodeon.
Fair.
So
Let's grab the ones. Let's grab the
so
ones
nervous.
from the ones I have from HD. What
Oh,
dragon
no.
fact would surprise someone who only knows dragons from movies and games?
I feel like you're more suited to answer this than me.
The fact that they used to be snakes. And for most of history, they were snakes. Not dinosaurs with wings.
That was one of the more surprising ones for me today. Yeah. I did not realize that before they were just snakes, no fire, no wings, no nada.
Sad. No DLCs.
Oh my god, I can't believe they were snakes. I see the similarity, but I can't believe they were snakes.
Jinx
That's crazy.
Jinx asked a good question. Who's your favorite dragon from media or top 5? If it's too hard. It's gonna be too hard. This is Karou.
We might need I can maybe do top 3. I don't know about a top 1. I've mentioned him enough that if I don't say Parthenax, I'm lying. So absolutely. I like Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon, but not because he embodies the typical, like, what we think of as dragons. He's just so derpy and cute. Like, he's like a giant puppy that breathes fire, and I love him. Probably Jackdaw too. I'm not gonna even remotely try and say his full name because absolutely not.
We're both good at pronouncing stuff, but there's a limit.
Yeah, and that's a tongue twister in and of itself. Like, I don't know how people say that with a straight face. Like, dear God. I'm trying to think of like another literary one, but I'm like drawing a blank so hard right now. Oh, speaking of chaos. Oh no. Hi. You're distracting me from dragons. And he's trying to eat Cinder. This is not going well.
Like the moment Wildpog went to bed, Damon started acting up.
I know, it's because he knew that the person who could help me was gone. So he's like, yes, this is my moment. I must take it.
Trent Mirth just rolls. It doesn't roll, and it definitely doesn't. You won't be able to save it. Trust me.
What do you mean it rolls?
I know you mess up your R's, HD. You're not saying that. Cinder can count as your last one, see?
I did invent her, so I guess that counts.
Where'd you get the name for her, by the way? This is legitimate. Me, one of your viewers, me, genuine curiosity. Karou Lord Uptime. And there's the fur nephew.
Yeah, hi, baby.
There's the fur missile.
So obviously, Cinder has the fiery implication, like cinders of a. Sir, do not eat my microphone. No, sir. Like, cinders in a. I guess. I always get cinders and embers confused, but they're both fire related. But also, I think that was one I had put in Discord because I was like, what do we name the dragon mascot? Like, help me, chat. And then I don't know if Alley Cat was the one who first suggested the name. Alley Cat's a community member on my channel. But she was like, the joke could be that it's like Cinderella because she's like a spoiled princess. And I'm like, oh, wait, we're keeping that. Like, hold on.
I never saw the connection, but now that you pointed it out, fucking genius.
Because we were just trying to think of like, kind of like cool, fiery names. And then Cinder came up and Alley Cat's like, yeah, it could be short for Cinderella. And I was like, wait.
This
We
is so
got
fucking
it.
good. Cinderella the dragon. Fuck yeah.
Right, the spoiled little princess. Speaking of spoiled, there you go.
I mean, if you know Cinder, if you hang out in Karou's chat enough, you kind of see the connection.
Yeah, I'm not quite as spoiled as she is, but you did. The apple didn't fall far from the tree on that one. Okay, well then get down, dude.
Fuck you saying, I had a really dirty salvage pigeon called Cendry. French for Cinderella. Cendrillon. And you could have called her Ash.
That's really cool.
You could have called her Ash because the German for Cinderella is Aschenputzel. Sounds like a disease.
I was like, bless you?
Yeah, it's half of German words sound like freaking sneezes.
Oh, yeah, I took German 101 in college and it didn't go well.
Don't get me wrong. I've got German friends. I've got German community members. I can't speak that language with a gun to my head. Like, it's never gonna happen. Next question. What would the dragon in 2026 hoard?
Ooh. Yeah, because like now we don't do gold. We do like for the most part like paper money and whatnot, and that just doesn't have the same,
Gravitas.
Yeah, so like what in today's society would have like that level of like prestige, if you will? Night, no. Bad night. Not the AI. No. Oh my god. I might be with HD. It might be something like tech-ish. We do love our
Bitcoin server.
our cell phones and technology nowadays.
Bitcoin server.
But that wouldn't be like comforting to sit on. Not that I imagine gold's comforting, but it's cooling. It would cool you down, I would think. Would have to be something small to fill in their missing scales. Jinx, no.
Standing on Zuckerberg hair strength, yeah, just curled up on top of Zuck.
Oh, there you go. Just sit on Elon Musk.
Sit on Bezos. On the Twitch, on the Amazon server.
There you go. Just hoard all the like 1%. Like, and just.
No, getting into the funny ones. If a dragon sneezes, is everyone legally entitled to compensation?
Wait, one more time? What? Okay, I was laughing too hard. One more time.
These are HD's 2 a.m. questions, so take that with a grain of salt.
I love this.
If a dragon sneezes, is everyone nearby legally entitled to compensation?
Are we talking first degree burns, third degree burns? Where are we at?
I mean, technically, in most fiction, dragon's fire melts everything. Don't think we're talking about burns. I'm thinking we're talking about dainty little piles of ash.
I mean, if you somehow survive the sneeze, I would say you probably have enough of a case to sue. Yeah, absolutely.
If there's anything left of you, it's like, sure.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you somehow survive this sneeze, yeah, go for it.
Bragging rights. Bragging rights. Which dragon
Natural
would be
disaster.
which dragon would be the best podcast guest? Pam philosophy.
I know he's really only a dragon by title, but I want to say Iroh. I feel like Iroh would be such a chill
would be
podcast
fun.
guest. Oh my god, that would
And
be so much fun.
I think there is a podcast with Mako somewhere. Mako being the original voice actor of Iroh, who sadly
That would be
passed
so
away while they were filming it.
sweet. Yeah.
But
But if I'm
really
gonna
wanna
go
hear
like,
Uncle
if
Iroh.
I'm gonna go actual dragon and not just by a title like Iroh is,
You're gonna say Parthenax again.
no, actually no. I feel like Parthenax, as much as I love him, he's too stoic to like be entertaining on a podcast, you know? He's too tortured by all the burdens of, you know, his guilt and yada yada.
Yes, the fucking.
Maybe Jackdaw, honestly. He's got some cool fucking stories. Plus, he's like the only gold dragon that they know of, which is pretty cool. Because even Geralt was like, yeah, these don't exist. And Jackdaw's like, honey, you say that.
Hold my beer. Hold my beer.
Here we go. So I feel like he would be like a cool one. And like, in the show, at least, that actor was really entertaining. So like, he could also do the entertaining thing as well. So I'm gonna go Jackdaw.
I can't answer because of spoilers, but there's a character in
Damn.
There is a character in there is a dragon in Flight of Dragons who is kind of like this smart ass grandpa.
Movie night.
It's kind of like the smart ass grandpa.
Ooh, okay.
Yes,
So that would,
I love you. You're dumb, but I still love you.
based on vibes,
Sayona,
I can see
welcome
that
in.
being a good one. Sayona, hi cutie. Sorry, Sayona was a cutie. I
D&D
had to
split
say
them
hi.
into chromatic, metallic, and then the gem dragons.
Mhm.
Dragon gods, planar gods, undead dragons, dragonborn, half dragons, drakes, wyverns, and enough subspecies to make a fantasy taxonomist quietly resign. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot
dragon
of
and dragon
different,
adjacent things.
like it's a dragon, but then there's also these kinds of dragons, like, you know,
Yeah, it's
the whole
dragon and
thing.
dragon paraphernalia. Wings or no wings on a dragon?
Is that the question?
Yeah, wings or no wings?
Wings.
Reading it as it is.
Wings. How? Wait, is this the snake thing again? Are y'all just messing with me?
No. I'm asking about your choice.
Oh, just my preference. I mean, I know they can exist without wings, but like, I feel like wings is such a part of like, you know, the iconic imagery that we all think of as a dragon. So like, I gotta go wings. I gotta go wings.
Fair. Yeah, I tend to I tend to agree. It's like, you know, there's that little circle of wyvern, worm, dragon. Like it needs the claws, it needs the wings.
It needs the fire. But anyway.
It needs the fire.
The fire.
I mean, not according to D&D. Like, if you run the numbers percentually, most D&D dragons don't spit fire. Lightning bolt, poison gas, like different things, like not fire.
But fire. But even Mushu had fire, and he was like that big a dragon.
Dishonor on you and dishonor on your cow. One of my favorite Eddie Murphy lines in any recorded media. Dishonor on you and dishonor on your cow.
It was such a good role, yeah.
One huge dragon or 20 cat-sized dragons?
HD babes, can I have more context? Is this like I'm fighting the dragons, or what is the context of 1 versus 20? I need to know.
I mean, pets? Pets. There you go. You got your context.
Oh,
pets.
as a pet. If it's as a pet, probably the one. Well, they would both probably be equally expensive to feed for different reasons. Oh no. Probably the one big one, because then I could it could be like obviously not a horse because dragons fly, but like I could fly it. We could fly.
So do you want one big source of fire walking around your house or 20 small ones which you won't be able to locate in time?
I would argue it's probably easier to train one than it is to train 20.
I'm thinking fire hazards. Okay, just pure fire hazards.
I could tame the one big dragon though, and then the fire incidents would be less likely because he's tamed. He's
Yeah, whereas having
fine.
20 small sources of fire might be an issue.
The house is gonna get burned either way, because even if they're small fires, there's 20 of them.
Yeah, there's 20 of them. Scales
Also,
or
for the big
feathers?
one, you need to sacrifice a small. HD, you did not include that in the question. I feel deceived.
Scales or
I
feathers?
feel
I'm guessing that's an easy
Oh.
one.
Because feathers is more like what? Basilisk, wyvern sort of thing? Or I don't know about wyverns. Basilisk, though, because we were talking about how they were just oversized chickens. Oh, no.
And you have Quetzalcoatl is the easy one, but you have feather dragons in various. You've got dragons with hair, you've got dragons with scales, you've got dragons with feathers, you've got dragons with a combination of all of the above. So
why would you chew a ballpoint pen, you weirdo?
just
Sorry to
like
take
his
the pen
mommy.
away. He was starting to chew on the ink.
That's definitely not good for him.
Scales, though. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think the scales is like the typical
That's
like the
again, if we're
typical
going to
representation.
the typical image that we think of when we think of a dragon, you gotta go scales. Damn it.
Also,
Stop.
Karou, if we would have
Hi.
we'd manage to get through the red tape and actually get you the proper paperwork and actually talk Cinder into it and get you the proper paperwork and we'd actually recognize you as a full-blown dragon, what would you hoard?
Sad boys in video games. Okay, no. Actual serious. Please stop chewing my cables, you silly.
Karou the dragon lying upon her hoard of Xboxes. And pictures of Gale.
Hey, don't go knocking the wizard till you try it. Okay.
With Jinx and chat, I can't. Between the two, just fight over him.
Oh, Jinx, we both love our wizard man.
But the wizard done.
If I'm thinking of real life objects and not video game characters, dang, what would I hoard? This was definitely more of a thing in college, but I was obsessed with my 20 million different colored pens because I color coded my schedule and my notes and stuff.
The OCD is strong with this one.
Yeah, to the point where I had way more colored pens than I would ever use in 5 lifetimes. So probably I had an addiction. I'm I need all the colors. Can you not squeak, please?
I have this bad habit of hoarding written things. Because I can't say just books.
Or...
Yeah, no, because just books limits it. That's why I said written materials. I've got newspapers from 3 countries on my desk, and I can prove that if you want to.
Dang, that's crazy.
I've got an Italian newspaper because I need to practice my language. I've got Domani
Oh, wow.
I've got a Greek newspaper. Because I
Oh
need to
my
practice my Greek.
goodness.
And I have no, this is still in Italian. This is Italian. Do have an English newspaper somewhere around here. But yeah,
There's a lot of Italian.
Because it's my fourth language and I need to practice it. We're not even entering into my bookcase because that's a can of worms. And I do like I'm one of those old school readers that needs to hold up. Like, don't get me wrong, I've got close to 4,000 books in my PC.
Mm-hmm.
Academic lore books, trivia, comics, stuff like that. No, actually, I'm not adding comics. Wow. That's 3,800 something titles in about 5 or 6 languages. That's not my biggest book collection. I've got a lot of books here. I've got a lot of books back at my mom, and I used to like big books. Like either books that have really nice illustrations or books that are freaking chunky. And luckily, because of my field of study, which is the history of magic, most of our books are codexes, aka freaking tomes that double as blunt weapons.
Right? Those are.
I just imagine Karou stacking Gale and Blackwall, and the rest of all sitting on top of her hot boy pile. No, we said sad boy pile. Sad boy pile.
But also, they are both sad boys, I have been told. Blackwall, I don't know his deal yet, but I've been told.
Fair enough.
They are both sad boys in their own right.
Yeah, no, I'm looking like I'm looking at the cool stuff that I have around, but I've got like the freaking big ass magic codexes. And when we're talking about wifeys, like if we're talking nerd wifeys, because that was like a subtle sub theme, I do have the ultimate. Quick question, Karou. Nerd knowledge question.
Oh,
all
no.
Of media.
Okay.
No. This is me asking. Like, this is outside of podcasting, outside of anything. Who is the ultimate goth wifey in fiction? There is only one correct answer. That can participate, but I will only accept a single answer. Willing to put a prize in.
I'm thinking.
I'll give you 3 tries. I'm like, I had my nap, I had my lunch before the podcast. I'll give you 3 tries.
I'm assuming you're not going to let me ask any clarifying questions before I guess. I just have to guess.
Fair enough. I'll give you 3 tries, 3 questions. You get one try after each question.
Oh no! What do I even?
Wolf has a statue of his wifey on top of his bookcase. Wifey adjacent.
Oh, so
wifey
not
adjacent.
Okay.
No, I've got the statue of Vol'jin on top of my bookcase, but that's not the wifey. That is my main man. Because after 20 years of playing WoW, I can have WoW stuff lying around the house. Not that I have a horde flag on my door. Don't talk about that. It's 20 years of fandom, like 20 something years of fandom.
Mm-hmm.
I can't show you what I'm hiding here because that's gonna give it away. If not to you, then to chat at least. So.
Oh, okay. Is wifey? How do I phrase this question? To your knowledge, I will say, because outside your knowledge, you have no idea. But to your
mods
knowledge,
aren't allowed to answer. Fuck off, HD.
To your knowledge, have I played whatever game she's in?
No, because she doesn't show up in the game.
Oh. Okay, so then I was way off the mark then. Okay, my bad. Ultimate goth wifey.
That's your first question gone.
I know.
I've got a book in which she shows not book. I've got a print of my favorite artwork of her, so that's why I'm like crouched in. And mods aren't allowed to answer because one of the mods gifted me this object and the other mod lives with me, so it doesn't work.
It doesn't quite work out.
Are mods allowed to stand in as alternative at the time exhibit 8? No.
Assuming that there's art, you have an artwork print of it, so more than likely I would guess a movie or TV show, because you said not a game, so movies, TV, goth wifey. I feel like I'm so off with this guess. The girl from, I know the actress's name, but I can't think of her name in the movie series.
Say the actress's name, I probably know her.
Well, because the actress itself isn't goth, but like the character is ish, sort of. I'm so out of my depth on this one.
I mean, you wanted so hard to be quizzed. Now I'm quizzing you. Somewhat off the record.
I want to be quizzed. God damn. Okay. Oh, Celine? Is that her name from the vampire one?
Nope.
Damn. Wait, no, that's not her name, or no, that's not it.
Like, no, that's not the answer.
It's
probably that's her name, but no, that's not the answer.
Thinking because she's like the vampire and she's got the black.
You have two questions and 2 options left.
I know. I'm not gonna get this. I have no goth knowledge, and you know this.
You should get some goth knowledge for reasons.
I got lipstick. I'm fine. I got clothes. I got lipstick.
Some subtle music on in the background, so we don't wait in like awkward silence.
I know.
If you give up, I'll just show it. But I thought you wanted the little challenge.
I don't mind the challenge at all. Just I don't know many goth girlies, especially
anyone in chat that is not a mod. Wouldn't you?
That is not a mod?
Wouldn't I guess? I'm giving up a prize. Small prize, but the prize. You're in chat too. I was going to think Bayonetta, but that's a game. No. Abby from NCIS. No. Close.
See, I was debating.
Rider? Nope. We can't hear you anymore, Karou, or I can't hear you anymore.
Oh no. Now can you hear me?
Now I can hear you, yeah.
He keeps going next to the freaking cord. Stressing me out. Winona Ryder in like anything, really.
The one girl who played Wednesday? No.
I was gonna say chat can keep going. I might have thrown the towel. I really can't think of a goth wifey. Damn it.
Yeah, I'll give you guys 2 more minutes. Jazz, welcome in. Not from Buffy, is it? Nope.
Oh, but she's a hottie if it's
Willow?
the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Willow from Buffy, freaking Alison Hannigan back when she was young.
That's actually not the one I was thinking of.
Alison Hannigan, the original hot nerdy girl from American Pie. Come on.
Oh no, I know, but when I was thinking, goth-ish girl from Buffy, that's not the one I was thinking of.
Elvira, nope. Okay, I'll show you guys. Death from the Sandman.
From what?
Give me a sec.
I don't even know that I know what the Sandman is. She's hot. I mean, I see the appeal.
They made a very, very bad Netflix adaptation of the series, but it's a comic book series written by Neil Gaiman.
Oh,
and
okay.
What I have here is the compilation of the best comics she showed up in. And she is the ultimate goth wifey.
Ooh, okay.
She's been drawn in a lot of styles, but a lot of people. But she is the ultimate goth wifey. Also, the character who said my favorite ever quote in fiction.
What's the
favorite
quote?
quote in fiction. Give me a second because I'm trying to put this book back without ruining anything because got things packed up tight around here. Those of you who don't know, she is I'm not gonna give you spoilers or too much context. She is death, the embodiment of death. And she argues with someone,
Mm-hmm.
and they ask her. One of her siblings asks her, "Sister, what are you gonna do with what are you gonna do when the last living thing dies?" She goes into a little rant and says that when we love an argumentative death. I mean, says when the first living thing drew its first breath, I was there. When the last living thing will draw its last breath, I'll put the chairs on the tables, turn off the lights, and I'll lock the universe behind me as I leave.
Wow.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
That's a good one. Yeah. I like that a lot.
I mean, I'm paraphrasing. I might have
What?
misquoted it, but I've read this comic series like 20 times, so odds of misquoting very, very small. She
Dang,
is the
man. I
ultimate
like that
goth
quote a
wifey.
lot.
I mean, who would be more of a goth wifey than Death herself? She's the goth wifey.
True, and I like that Death was a woman and not a man, as I've seen in most Death interpretations.
I mean, this is foreshadowing for the. I don't know who I'm calling as a guest, who I'm having on as a guest next month, but I can foreshadow October's episode, which is gonna be with Nikki. Our lovely Nikki, who was my first ever guest, and she's an anthropologist, lovely streamer, love her to bits. She's good fun, and she challenged me, and because she's got a bachelor's in anthropology, so a historian and an anthropologist, and we'll be discussing death, which is very Halloween themed for October,
Right?
because
Yeah.
there are some death rituals and some representations of death in fiction that are really interesting. Like, is death a guy? Is it a girl? Is she young? Is she? If you read the Sandman, I like her as a character in the Sandman because she's the cheeriest character out there, because people die, it happens, we move on, like it's fine, it's
Right.
I do love Pratchett's Death and Death from Bill and Ted. Death from Bill and Ted, I'm in two minds about. Terry Pratchett's death, freaking superb. When the last living thing dies, my job will be finished. I'll put the chairs on the tables, turn out the lights, and lock the universe behind me as I live. That's the quote. When did the comic come out? I think it's late 80s, early 90s, but you can find it online. And I think they republished it because of the Netflix series. And you have the Netflix series, which covers the entire comic. I've got feelings about some of the castings.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And they gender swap some characters for no freaking reason, but that's another story.
I don't like when shows do that. It honestly drives me nuts.
Like, I can see it. I can understand why. But sometimes it like cheapens the whole thing. Like, yeah, sometimes you don't care who a character is. Like, my favorite, not my favorite. I don't know how to phrase this. A gender swap, which I genuinely thought was a big plus for a story. And it's a very classical story. If you ever watched The Tempest has, the latest Tempest movie has Helen Mirren playing Prospero. Which is traditionally the old scrawny wizard. Did I say something dumb?
No. Childhood memory unlocked. Keep going.
Okay, now share with the class. If you're gonna giggle about it, share with the class.
No, my senior year of high school, maybe. So not child, but very young and immature. We did The Tempest for our high school fall play thing. And we had to gender bend a lot of the roles, including mine, because she couldn't get enough guys cast to save her freaking life. So we also had a female Prospero. So yeah.
Fair enough. Now, we had this thing back when I was in high school. We had this little Shakespeare festival, and every class that was in the intensive English program needed to do a little 5-minute bit from a Shakespeare play once a year. And there are please don't mention the Tempest. Yeah, HD had to play Prospero.
Sorry, HD.
No, he left us with two of the best lines ever uttered. No, he left us with one of the best lines ever uttered, because if you hear HD, he's got problems saying his R's.
Oh no.
There was that moment with Caliban when he needs to, Prospero comes and says, "Come with me, my child, no harm shall come to you." And the blue ball scene, because you guys deserve it. I will tell that story. Just don't get me wrong. So HD just comes around the guy playing Caliban as a freaking tank, and just puts his hand on his shoulders. "Come to me, my child, no harm shall come to you."
I knew where that was going.
We lost it. No harm shall come to you. We lost it.
Oh no.
Another one of our friends who got tongue-tied on stage, and instead of saying "I shall retire to my mansion," ended up saying "I shall retire to my melon." Perfectly.
Not the melon.
Yeah, and the scene HD's teasing us about is he played Prospero, and the girl they got to cast as is it Cassandra, Prospero's daughter? Anyway, the daughter was the high school's queen bee, aka the resident hottie. Wait for us. Miranda, not Cassandra, sorry, Miranda.
Oh, okay.
And let's just say that our Miranda was very well, very generously endowed by Mother Nature in the chest department. And the dress she borrowed to play said character was one number too small. And it had a side zipper, which popped. And because she was fairly generous bust-wise, she wore that dress without a bra on. Therefore, the worst moment in our 4 years of high school, the worst moment when HDD's martial arts reflexes kicked in, he managed to just wrap his hand around her and just keep the damn dress shut. Because he saw that the guy got 120 death stares from every freaking guy who was in the audience. Is like, "You denied us." The amount of hatred the poor guy got.
No, HD, you did the right thing. You did the right fucking thing, HD. Oh my god.
No. 34-year-old me appreciates he did the right thing and he did the nice thing.
But high school
16-year-old me nearly chased him with a beer bottle. Okay? This is half my life ago. You put a hot girl that nearly flashes 100 boys between 14 and 18. You deny them that visual stimulus. What do you think is gonna happen? They're gonna fucking riot. But we were set. Yeah, like we went through. I love this, and I know that this was gonna be a good episode because I know we're nerds and we're gonna go off on tangents and like reminisce.
Oh, yeah.
We used to be a choir kid. I used to be a theater kid, so the arts needed to be.
Yeah, I did like 1 year of theater in high school, so I'm not really gonna like full on be like, oh yeah, I was totally I only did the 1 year, but like theater kids are a fun time. Theater kids are a fun time.
Yeah, we were talking about dragons. I think pretty much covered a lot.
I think we got through it all eventually. We got there.
We kind of survived for most of it.
Our tangents mostly had a point. Mostly.
We yapped about dragons. Hope I got
we
got some myths out of the way, and hope you guys learned something, because as much as I like having a good laugh, I also like to be at least a little educational. Also, if you guys aren't noticing, I've only played Imagine Dragons when I played music this whole podcast. Karou's suggestion, not mine, because if it was me, it would have been Dragon Force.
You could have played that.
We had no choice but to do theater or fail our English lit classes, basically, yeah.
Oh, damn, that's messed up.
I managed to dodge that because I was in the school's theater troupe. So I managed to, like, ease myself out of that. Hopefully get to 69. And then thank you for the bits, Karou. 70. Thank you for the bits, Knight. That was
you're welcome.
Very subtle. I would not have survived drama classes. I mean, yeah, why? I know you, Jazz. You're a funny guy. Sometimes. Maybe not on purpose every time, but sometimes. But yes. No, it's been fun, and that's the thing with this podcast. I want them to be fun. I do want to do edutainment. Okay, so I want people to have fun, have a laugh, learn something. Okay, I'm not gonna. I only did this once when I did like a freaking full 2-hour rant back when I was playing Backbug. A funny guy with also social anxiety. I mean, you're fun to hang out with, Jazz. We don't mention the fact that we ended up yapping. Like, if you think my online yaps, are dangerous, my IRL yaps are even more dangerous. Because I was hanging out with some people. I was hanging out with some people in Rotterdam after TwitchCon, and Jazz and I got to talking. And let's have a short chat, and then we'll both head to our hotels. This happened at 2 a.m. This happened at 2 a.m. At 5 a.m., in the middle of a bridge in Rotterdam, nearly catching the sunrise, Jazz was like, Kogaya, you should head home, mate. Like, you should head back to your hotel. It's fine. So that was our short 3-hour chat of like just like shooting shit and like walking around. To be fair, you never saw a city properly until you saw it at 3 a.m. like freaking on a, was it like a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night? Something like that. It's a really fun, different vibe altogether. To be fair, yeah. I'm just gonna keep yapping for like 5 more minutes because I don't want to raid out in the middle of the ads.
Oh no, yeah, not during the ads. Screw that. We can yap for a few more minutes. We got this.
I mean, you dive into like, are we close to the 5-hour mark? Are we breaking the record? I mean, 10 more minutes and we break the record. Because we're at 4 hours 48. 10 more minutes and we break the record.
Dang, that's crazy.
Did get blisters though. Oh, yeah, no. The first thing I'm packing, if I'm going to TwitchCon to Berlin next year, first thing I'm packing is comfy footwear. Because I got the weirdest, worst sneakers ever, thinking like, oh yeah, they're sports shoes, they're gonna be fine. No, they weren't.
Oh no.
Also, I managed to get sunburned and the cold during the same trip. Because I packed for the heat wave, and the day I left, there wasn't a heat wave. There was a thunderstorm. I managed to get caught in the rain wearing a semi-transparent shirt in 2 cities twice in the same day.
Oh.
When it was in Berlin in 2019, it snowed on us. Oh, so it can get worse. Can get worse. Beautiful.
Can it get worse? Yes, it can.
Yes, it can. Get snowed on. And usually TwitchCon EU is in the... Like, if you get snowed on in the, like at the San Diego TwitchCon, it's fine because that's in November. But EU TwitchCon is usually May or June. You get snowed on in May, you've got a problem.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but thanks a lot for agreeing to my little shenanigans, Karou. And
yeah.
Thank you for hanging out.
This was fun. I'm glad we found a topic we could both get some common ground on.
I mean, honestly, come on. I'm not gonna dox your whole bio, but for the people who don't know, you're a lit major. Got the minor in film. You know your fiction.
Do sort of.
Don't know your fiction.
Sort of.
Yeah. You're a lot smarter than you like people noticing. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, well, because, as a kid, I always got the stigma of, like, being, like, teacher's pet or, like, know-it-all, like, because I was smart. So then I think I started, like, maybe deflecting is not the right word, but I started not being so blunt and forward about it with my knowledge to avoid some of that.
I mean, I was the nerdy, awkward kid.
Mm-hmm.
I wore braces for most of my secondary school, which didn't help my anxiety at all. I used to be the chubby metalhead with like weird t-shirts, long hair, scruffy hair, with a bit of a lisp because of the braces. And I played guitar because I picked up guitar because I was like, I need a girlfriend. It's like, I don't look nice. I need a personality. I need a personality. It's like, I'm picking up guitar. Why? I need a girlfriend. So yeah. Also my voice broken. I started smoking fairly early. For TOS reasons, I can't exactly disclose the age, but it was in my teens, my early teens. And my voice broke. I was like a year or two into smoking, and my voice broke the moment I got into high school and the moment I went to my dentist and be like, you're taking these off. It's like, yeah, you could probably do it 6 more months of having braces. I'm like, no, you're taking this off. I'm not going into my first day of high school with freaking saws in my teeth.
These are coming off now.
Coming off. Like, oh, you're going to have minor problems. I'll deal with it later. Now I'm paying for it. 16 years post factum.
I feel that, yeah.
But yes, thanks a lot for agreeing to my little shenanigans, Karou. Also,
thank you for having me.
Just to do a little represent, I'm going to turn around so you guys can see this, but this is my TwitchCon t-shirt. This year.
I like it.
It's only the second, and it says live on the front. So it's only the second time I've always worn it on stream. Guys,
that's a cool shirt. I like it.
If you are not following the lovely Karou, please reconsider. Because she is a lovely streamer. She's, like I said, I don't extend this level of friendship to a lot of people, but I mean it when I say she is my Twitch little sister. And if you pick on her, you're gonna have to go through me, and it's not gonna be funny.
It's like, I'm the brother. I'm allowed to pick on her. You're not allowed to pick on her.
Yeah. Like, I pick on her lovingly. You pick on her.
Adoringly.
We're going to be having words. We're going to be having words.
I feel that.
And I'm Slavic. And I have a shed. That's all I'm gonna say. I have friends called Vladimir who drive vans.
Oh. Oh, that took a turn. That took a turn.
To be fair, we used to do this, like we used to joke about this. HD used to, when we moved to the UK, HD used to own a van. He used it for work, but it was a big white van.
Oh no.
So we used to be the two blonde Slavic guys dressed in leather jackets coming out of a white van.
Oh, that looks bad.
It got us. The fun part is we only cashed in on this once. We went to visit a friend of mine and we picked him up from his house. And we told, because I know the guy is a little bit of a weirdo. Was like, can we freak my mom out? Like, sure. He's like, I'm gonna come out. I have my shoes on. I'm gonna come out. You guys come, pick me up, drag me into, like, push me into the back of the van.
Oh,
so we got like this kind of doggy bed pillow so he lands on something soft. Put it behind the van. Went to him. Went to his house. Pulled up in front of his house. I went to the door. HD opened the back of the van up. I went to him. It's like, oh, good to see you. Grabbed him by this. This guy's like a good, like, almost like half a foot taller than I am. So I'm just like hanging out. I grab him and just like lead him to the back of the van. And I just whispered, because you couldn't hear me from inside the house. So mate, yeah, I'm going to throw you inside. Brace. Luckily, the guy's a martial artist. He knew how to fall. So I just like push the back of his knees with my knee, make him fall into the van. Close the back of the van, rush into the passenger seat, we drive off. We drove for 5 minutes to the pub. Would you like to bet how many missed calls he had from his mom within the span of 5 minutes?
Double digits easily.
25.
Easily.
25. Messages. Where are you? Are you safe? Do I need to call the police? Are you fine? Do you owe money to people? It's like, no, there's some mates. They came to pick me up. I'm around the corner at the pub. The talking to we got from that woman. The talking to all three of us got from that woman. Like she took it in good humor. She probably like lost 5 years of her life from that thing alone.
Right. Jinx, you were close. You were close.
Reminds me of the time a group of us orchestrated a kidnapping in a van of my brother as part of his stag, and people didn't know. We were alarming a professional about it.
Damn.
Yeah, no. Yeah, like I said, I never got told off by a Yorkshire woman, like a Yorkie woman ever in my life. The way I got an earful. Oh, you should never do that. Like, it could have had a heart attack. It's like, ma'am, you're in your 50s, you're in peak health, you're not getting a heart attack. Also, your son is a 6'5" black belt. I'm thinking he could take us on if he really had to.
Right? Yeah.
Like, he's a black belt and he's 6'5". Probably could freaking tackle us. Anyway, who are we going to pester? Who are we going to pester? Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
Wait for it. Welcome in, Raiders.
Oh no!
Lolly!
Welcome, Raider.
I know why I said wait for it. Thank you for the follows. How was your stream, Lolly? Well, I was just about to raid into yours. Just about to raid in, and I just like popped into Lolly's chat and was like, raiding into Koga. I was like, fuck. How was Baldur's Gate, Lolly?
Ooh,
Also,
Baldur's Gate mentioned.
If you need to raid and run, raid and fade, grab that ass, aka that after stream self-care. Feel free to do so. Raiders, for those of you who don't know me, I am Kogaonom, most often called Koga, or what the fuck are you doing in my chat? I'm a variety streamer originally from Romania, currently living in the unfortunately sunny city of Manchester, hence the Bond villain accent. And over here we do music, we do podcasts, as is the episode you're currently raiding into, and we do medieval and fantasy gaming. Et aussi, on parle du français. Si quelqu'un parle français dans le chat, je entends, mais mon français écrit est plus bon que mon français parlé parce que depuis étudier français pour 2 ans, il est un peu difficile pour moi de parler. This is as much French as you can get out of me.
Damn!
Because I know what you did. I took 12 years of French.
Oh,
Doing great,
that
that's awesome.
sounded good.
I realized the mistakes I did. It's not even a joke at this point. My mods speak better French than I do. My written French? My written French is fairly good. My spoken French is shit. And my accent even comes through even more. Your French speaking is better than my English speaking. I mean, I try. And, I did 3 years of French and only remember the silly bits. I mean, technically, it's been, 30 years of English, in case you haven't noticed. 12 years of French. Never did Italian formally, but I picked it up because I watched a lot of Italian shows. And I know bits and bobs of like probably another half dozen languages, but conversationally to a point in which I can ask for a beer and I can read and I can understand what I'm reading. But conversationally, English, French, Romanian, and Italian.
Dang, that's still a lot.
If you need to raid and run, raid and fade, feel free to do so. We are kind of preparing to raid out. So we're going to be having a little raid train. We just chatted with the lovely Karou.
Hello.
Thank you for the translation, HD. We were just chatting with the lovely Karou about dragons. And we are preparing to read out. Also, my darling travelers, if you are not following Loli is half of a terrific duo of lovely streamers who bullied me into starting streaming. If you like what you see here, Loli has half the blame. Loli has half the blame. She is one of my oldest Twitch friends, one of my founders, one of the people who bullied me into streaming, a lovely bilingual streamer, currently residing in Canada, probably doing, is this your first playthrough of Baldur's Gate, Loli? Yeah, Loli does a much better job at being a bilingual streamer than I am, because I like to pride myself in being bilingual. I speak 99% English and then mutter some Romanian. Loli genuinely, if you speak to her in English, she'll speak in English. If you speak to her in French, she'll speak in French. And don't believe her when she says she's not good at speaking English. Her English is as good as mine. So, but Loli is a very, very dear friend to me, and she's genuinely a good gamer. That's what got me into her chat. I was like, me following the unicorn VTuber that speaks French? Why? And then you see her going through puzzles. So little lore drop. First time I popped into Loli's stream because my mom bullied me into like, oh, you need to practice your French. It's like, okay, fuck it. I got into Twitch. Let's find some French streamers. and I was like, just like, okay, let's find a game I like. And Loli used to stream Dishonored, which is, if you played it, some of the puzzles, if you don't know what you're doing, aren't easy. Like, if you don't know the context, if you didn't know them before, they're not easy to go through. Loli went through some of the puzzles in Dishonored to a point in which I had to ask her. Are you secretly a dev? Or a game tester? She went through like a hot
Right.
knife through butter. Like, okay, I know most of us like make fun of the fact that, yeah, we're kind of bad at gaming because we focus on chat. Lolly just
Right.
kept chatting like nothing happened, went through freaking puzzles like hot knife through butter, to a point in which I'm a person who knows game
Dang.
testers, knows game developers, can see someone, and I literally had the feeling that I needed to ask her, like, are you VTubing because you're secretly a game dev and people who you work with aren't supposed to know who you are? And you're like, just like
Right.
freaking like dick waving around here, showing us mortals how it's supposed to be played. But in the interim, she became a very valued member of my community and a lovely streamer
Aw.
and a close friend. And anybody picks on Loli, you pick on me. Also, let me catch up with chat because I went full quick fire mode, and I feel bad. Like
As one
I
does.
feel bad raiding out the moment I got raided in. So I feel like we need to entertain the masses. For how's your French, Karou?
Non-existent, truth be told.
We are trying to add the 5th and the 6th. Have patience. I mean, like I said, me and all of my mods are at least conversational in Romanian, Italian, French, and English. That's why it's very hard for me to pick mods. The running gag is that my mods' French is better than mine. And yeah, no, like Waki here has a bachelor's in French, so she's
Oh,
the best
wow.
French speaker of us all. You speak Henry VIII was an insult. Speak in the sources. You know, baguette and croissant. You know enough. I mean, I speak French in your chat sometimes. Yeah, assisted by Google. No, assisted by Google Translate because I get self-conscious about my grammar and I don't know where to put the accents. And I'm an editor, therefore I need to like spell things right. Reste avec nous autres, on va finir par faire ton vrai polyglotte. Isn't that supposed to be une, not un? Like feminine article?
What does that mean?
Hang out with us, you'll end up being a true polyglot. That's what HD said.
What is a polyglot?
Person who speaks multiple languages.
Oh,
Poly-
I didn't know there was a
it
word
comes
for
from
that.
Greek. Yeah, it comes from Greek. Poly means a lot, and glossa means language. Lots of languages. Person who speaks a lot of languages. It's called a polyglot. I like to make fun of it and say that I can't call myself a polyglot because according to the UN, a person in order to be considered a polyglot, you need to be not fluent, but conversational in 5 languages. I'm only conversational in 4. So I'm not a polyglot. By the legal
You're
understanding of it, I'm not a polyglot.
So close, though.
Like
You're one
borderline
away.
polyglot. Borderline.
You got
I'm a
this.
borderline a lot of things. I'm a borderline a lot of things. But who's poly? No, not that kind of poly. Not that kind of poly, Jinxie.
Jinx, no.
Not that kind of poly.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but not what we were talking about.
Yeah. Okay, let's see who. Now that Loli raided in, so I'm out of a raid target. I'm out of a raid target.
Round
2. Let's see. Yeah, I have this little because technically I don't have a stream deck. I have like a touch screen that I kind of. Long story. I have this little app, which is I affectionately call my wall of lurks.
Ooh. Okay.
So therefore, I've got like my top 35 streamers, and I always know what they're streaming and if they're live. Pause raids first. Yeah, good idea. Let's pause raids first.
Jinx brings up a good point.
I mean, all of my modding skills rubbed off on her. So I think I know. Ooh, this is someone I don't get to raid that often because I don't stream this late usually.
Ooh.
How about we raid bees?
I'm excited.
You know bees, right?
I think so. The name
Oh,
sounds
you love
familiar.
her. You love her. Bees is a lovely streamer usually. You know when I told you that someone uses me as a wake-up alarm on Wednesdays because of my music stream? That's Bees. But Bees is lovely.
Yeah, okay.
I've met Bees through Fish. Like if Bees got the Fish stamp of endorsement, you know I'm leaving you in good hands. And she just started. She's playing Oregon Trail. Bees is a lovely streamer and friend of the community, and nice and welcoming and wholesome, unlike yours truly. So if you guys would be kind enough to stick around for the raid, pop in, say hi, drop a follow.
Yes.
So let me see if I can do this. I can do this. I'm a streamer. I'm a good streamer. I'm a professional mouth hole breather.
I believe in you. You got this.
So the first message is for subscribers. The second one is for followers. And let us go say hi to the lovely bees. And I will see you, my darling travelers,
Yay.
on Wednesday, 8 p.m. UK time, with some music.
Bye, Jinx.
And when are people see you? When are people going to see you next live, Karou?
Oh, me. I haven't made the schedule yet. Tomorrow or Tuesday? Question mark.
Tomorrow or Tuesday.
Somewhere around there.
But until then, have a good rest of your day and a good start to your week. And until then, take care and do make sure to drop the lovely Kawowo. If you wonder where the Kawowo joke comes from in my raid video,
that's me.
Behold the reason. Till then,
Yeah.
take care.
Bye, guys.